We're live.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started. Thank you for joining today. My name is Zaida Figueroa, and I am the Designated Federal Officer, or DFO, for the Science Advisory Board Environmental Justice Screen Review Panel, or EJ Screen Review Panel. In my role as a DFO, I would like to open this public meeting, and I will be sharing some opening remarks. The purpose of this public meeting is for the EJ Screen Review Panel to receive a demonstration of the updated EJ Screen Mapping and Screening Tool by the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights here at EPA, followed by a review and a discussion of the charged questions. The SAB is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. The SAB is empowered by the Environmental Research, Development, and Demonstration Authorization Act, or ERDA, to provide advice to the EPA administrator on scientific and technical basis of EPA's decisions. This panel and all the committees of the SAB provide advice to the charter board. FACA and EPA policy requires that SAB meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and we have announced this meeting in the Federal Register, and that deliberations and interactions between the EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions like this one, where the DFO is present and ensure that the FACA requirements are met. FACA also requires the public meetings to provide an opportunity to provide the public for oral and written public comments. There is a public comment period notated on the agenda for today for this meeting. And we have one registered speaker who will address the panel during this time. Registered speakers are permitted to, just address the panel up to 5 minutes for the oral statements. We haven't received any written comments thus far for this panel for today. The SAB consists of special government employees, or SGEs, appointed by EPA to their positions. And as government employees, all members are subject to applicable ethics laws and regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that all advisors participating in this meeting today have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of lack of impartiality according to ethics regulations. In terms of the meeting materials, all the meeting materials for today were distributed to the panel members and posted on the SAB website. In terms of meeting logistics, this public meeting is available by phone and live webcast. I ask that members of the public and or EPA staff to send me an email indicating your attendance. My email is figueroa.zaida@epa.gov. If you're listening to this meeting via phone, there is also a live webcast available on our meeting webpage. So please take a look at that in case that's favorable. Since we have members of the public participating via phone, I will ask that all speakers and panel members to provide identify themselves before providing remarks or comments. If you're not speaking, please mute your phones. Next, in terms of meeting minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items from today's meeting as requirements of FACA. And for the record, most of the panel members are present and we have a quorum to start. Ms. Caroline Kilgore, she's also with the SAB staff office. She will be joining us shortly and she will be also supporting this effort. So now with that, I would like to invite Mr. Tom Brennan, the director of the SAB staff office, to provide a few remarks before turning the meeting over to Dr. Jay Chakraborty, the panel chair.
Thank you, Zaida. I'm sorry everyone, my camera seems to not hook up well, but I'm glad you can hear me. I'd like to welcome you all to this meeting of the SAB EJ Screen Review Panel. Today we'll be getting a presentation about the tool and discussion of the charge questions ahead of a future face-to-face meeting of this panel. I'd like to thank the EPA not only for their presentation today, but for the years of creative work on the EJ Screen tool model, which allows us to have this meeting and this review. Thank you to the panelists for taking time out of your professional lives to do this public service for the EPA. And I appreciate all your hard work, with a special thanks to Dr. Chakraborty, who, of course, as chair, has agreed to take a leadership role in this. And I know, Jay, it's a lot of extra work, so thank you for that. I'd also like to thank our DFOs, Zaida Figueroa and Carolyn Kilgore, and the entire SAB staff office team that helped put this meeting and future meetings of this panel together. I'd also like to mention our contractor, who have been instrumental in making sure that we have the technology and the logistics in place to conduct this review. Finally, I'd like to thank our public commenter today and let you know that not only me personally, but the APA really values this kind of interaction in federal advisory committees. So thank you for taking the time to get your thoughts together and sharing it with this panel. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Dr. Jay Chakraborty. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Tom, and hello and good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on your current location. Thank you all for coming here today to attend this important public meeting. I am Jay Chakraborty, chair of this EJ Screen Review Panel, and also a member of the EPA SAB, or Science Advisory Board, that's seeking this review. We'll get to individual introductions just in a couple of minutes. I'll just begin with some brief background info. So the EPA Science Advisory Board staff office has selected this panel of experts and brought us together to review the updated EJ Screen methodology for identifying areas with potential environmental justice or EJ concerns. So our SAB EJ Screen review panel will examine the EJ Screen methodology and updated calculations for the EJ indexes that were released publicly last year, as well as other additional changes to EJ Screen mapping and methodology. And the panel will also be asked to provide recommendations and expert input on many other components of the EJ Screen tool. In terms of the agenda for today's meeting, we will begin shortly with brief introduction of the panel members, to be followed by public comments from a registered speaker and a welcome message from the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights senior leadership. We will then receive a live demonstration of the updated EJ Screen mapping and screening tool from EPA's Office of EJ staff members who are involved with EJ Screen. And this will be followed by a short break and then a review of and discussion of the 16 charge questions. And we'll end with a brief overview of the next steps for this panel. So that's like the quick summary of our agenda for today's public meeting. And again, thank you all for joining us here today. I will now ask panel members to briefly introduce themselves in terms of their affiliation and areas of expertise. And I can go first. I guess it's more convenient that way. I'm Jay Chakraborty, as I mentioned. I'm a professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the University of Texas at El Paso, and also the director of the Socio-Environmental and Geospatial Analysis Lab on our campus. I'm currently serving a 3-year term as a member of the EPA SAB and 2 of its subcommittees, the Environmental Justice Science Committee, the EJSC, as well as the Work Group for Review of Science supporting EPA decisions. I have almost 25 years of experience in research and teaching on environmental justice, environmental health, and social vulnerability to hazards and disasters. I've always been particularly interested in geospatial tools, techniques, technologies for analyzing environmental injustices. And in terms of EJ Screen, I've been involved with doing peer review for EJ Screen and providing recommendations for its improvement, I think since the first review that happened in 2014. Also part of a recent committee that recommended several changes that were incorporated in EJ Screen last year that we'll also get to hear a little bit later today. So that's it for me. For the rest of our introductions, we'll proceed in alphabetical order of your last name of the panel members. So number 2 on our panel roster is Marjorie.
Yes, hi, everybody. I'm Marjorie Alion, a professor at the University of Massachusetts Amherst in the Department of Environmental Health Sciences, and a previous dean in the School of Public Health and Health Sciences and associate vice chancellor for research at the university. Like Jay, I'm on the Science Advisory Board for a 3-year term, as well as the subcommittee for Environmental Justice Science Committee. And also I've served for about 8 years on the Science and Technology Achievement Award panel, and have been chair of that panel, EPA panel for about 2 years. My areas of interest are in environmental exposures, primarily to metals, and the impact on maternal and child health outcomes. I've also done some research in the area of disparities related to both economic and ethnicity in those pollution and contamination areas in the US and also in several countries internationally. So I've used some of the indices that EPA has developed, and I'm very happy to be part of this panel and support EPA's progress on this particular issue.
Thank you. Reginald?
Yes, hi, Reginald Archer. I'm an associate professor at Tennessee State University. My area is Geographic Information Systems and Sciences. I lead the Applied GIS program at Tennessee State University, as well as our GIS certificate program. So I'm a GIS professional. I've been doing GIS for many years. My environmental justice related work has been going on for the past several years, also part of the HBCU environmental justice technical team.
Thank you. Ted?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ted Elk. I'm a Great Lakes program director for the Frac Tracker Alliance. I've been there for 10 plus years. I'm also adjunct at John Carroll University, where I teach courses in climate change. My primary interest for the last decade plus has been in the water, waste, and landscape impacts of renewables and non-renewables in the United States, with a particular focus on the Ohio River Valley, but expanding out into other places. And as far as environmental justice is concerned, my big interests are in how that term is defined across the rural-urban gradient in the United States. And I'm really happy to be a part of this exciting process. Thank you.
Thanks. Veronica?
Hi, everybody. My name is Veronica Berrocal, and I'm a professor in the Department of Statistics at University of California in Irvine. I am a spatial statistician, and my research expertise is in developing spatial temporal statistical models for estimating different environmental and social processes. I have worked extensively in air pollution and developed statistical methods to predict and estimate air pollution where monitoring data is not available. I've also developed models to downscale estimates of social factors at very fine spatial scale using the data from the Census Bureau. And I've been involved as a statistician in teams that have looked at the health effects associated with air pollution exposure.
Thank you. Next, we have Quinn.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Quinn Carr. I'm a research analysis specialist at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I have an academic background in geography and public policy from the University of Minnesota. It's my first time in a science advisory board like this. I have a lot of experience working in government agencies, trying to combine lots of data sets together to make informed decisions using sound data and science. And I'm looking forward to serving on this board. And we're increasingly interested in tools like this and how we deal with cumulative impacts and people's public health and how that interacts with environmental pollution and background demographic factors. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Tim?
Hi, I'm Tim Collins. I'm a professor of geography and environmental and sustainability studies at the University of Utah. My research focuses on environmental justice, environmental health disparities, and vulnerability to hazards and disasters. I use multiple methods in my work, including geospatial analysis techniques. I also serve on the EPA Office of Research and Development Board of Scientific Counselors on the Social and Community Science Subcommittee. And I'm really happy to be here and contribute to this process.
Thanks. Anne?
Hello, my name is Anne Fritz. I am a certified GIS professional. I've worked 25 years plus at the North Dakota Department of Environmental Quality. I have a master's degree in geology and a master's degree in GIS and web map programming. In my work at the North Dakota DEQ, I empower our staff to use geospatial information for good, sound scientific decisions. I have been the GIS coordinator there for a number of years, but most recently I am now the environmental justice and non-discrimination coordinator for North Dakota Department of Environmental Quality. This is my first time on a science advisory board, so I'm very excited to be able to provide this input and review and work with these other wonderful professionals.
Thank you. Next we have Cindy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cindy Hu. I'm a lead data scientist at Mathematica. So in my day job, I work to advise policymakers whether the policy programs worked or how can we make it better. I'm an environmental health trained data scientist. So my previous work was focusing on drinking water pollution. I still do some of that today. Recent work involves developing machine learning models to predict drinking water pollution, especially for private well users. And then in my more recent work, I've become more involved in developing interactive tools to make data and science more accessible to the public. So I hope to combine both expertise from environmental health and data science to contribute to EJ Screen. Happy to be here.
Thanks. David?
Good afternoon. I am David Kaniski. I'm a professor at Indiana University in our School of Public and Environmental Affairs. I also co-direct our Energy Justice Laboratory. I've been working on environmental justice issues in my research for, 15, 20 years. I've spent a lot of time trying to understand disparities stemming from inequities in policy implementation as we enforce environmental laws. I've worked with EJ Screen both in my research and teaching for a long time, and I look forward to contributing to our discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. Ari?
Hello, everyone. I'm Ari Lewis. I'm a toxicologist, primarily, and risk assessor from a consulting company called Gradient. I've been there for almost 20 years, involved in a whole array of toxicology and risk issues, from environmental exposures to product exposures. My entree into this area happened maybe about 10 years ago, where I became interested in cumulative risk and sort of understanding how that science was developing and how it was getting applied in policy decisions, as well as being incorporated into tools. So it's kind of took a bit of a break there, but now we're back, and it's an exciting area now, and I'm very pleased to be serving on this panel as it's my first time on an SAB panel. So doubly excited. So thank you.
Thanks. Esther?
Hi, everyone. Almost said good morning because it's still morning here in Seattle. My name is Esther, and I am a clinical assistant professor at University of Washington School of Public Health. And I also spend part of my time as the director of environmental health research and partnerships with Front and Centered, which is a coalition of community organizations across Washington state that come together for environmental and climate justice at the state. My work primarily focuses on really promoting principles of environmental justice and authentic community engagement through community academic government partnerships in tool building and research and in public health practice. Thank you.
Thanks. Next we have David Rojas.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Rojas. I'm assistant professor at Colorado State University. I'm an environmental epidemiologist and also epidemiologist at the Colorado School of Public Health. and I was one of the leading developers of the Colorado Environment Screen, one of the most recent state-level environmental justice mapping tools. And I have been working nationally, internationally in environmental risk factors and health equity. Happy to be here.
Thanks. Jim?
Hi, everyone. My name is James Sadd. I'm a professor of environmental science at Occidental College in Los Angeles. My work is primarily using a variety of geospatial technologies to address several different types of environmental problems. I've worked with EPA over the years on a number of advisory panels, including several that had to do with screening methods and screening approaches that EPA has developed or experimented with. For over 2 decades, I've done research and consulting on EJ screening in California. I've done ongoing work with Cal EnviroScreen, the tool that is of primary use in California. And also prior to that, developed with my colleagues an environmental justice screening method, which was the first in California, called the EJ screening method. I look forward to working on this process with EPA and my other colleagues and hope to be helpful to the agency.
Thanks. Ashish?
Hello, hi, I'm Ashish Sharma. I'm the Climate and Urban Sustainability Lead at Discovery Partners Institute at University of Illinois System, as well as a faculty in Department of Atmospheric Sciences at Urbana-Champaign. I also hold a joint appointment at Argonne National Lab as a climate scientist. I have expertise in atmospheric sciences, focusing on regional climate, air quality, and assessing adaptation and mitigation research. And I serve on the Trust for the Public and Natural Solutions Advisory Committee. We also do a lot of climate modeling, especially with the Department of Energy, to do community-driven research, especially working on urban integrated field laboratories, a big effort by them. And I lead the climate modeling part of that. We are, with respect to environmental justice, we are developing an environmental justice toolkit, an urban scalable toolkit for the Chicago region, as well as an air quality forecasting system as well. So overall, we do a lot of fundamental applied and translational research with communities and collaborate to develop solutions, and also work at the intersection of policy to study environmental justice, as well as heat, fog, and high impact weather. Thank you.
Thanks. Michael?
Hi, everyone. Michael Schmeltz. I am a faculty in the Department of Public Health at California State University, East Bay. My work is everything climate impacts to public health, with emphasis on climate justice. I also sit on another EPA advisory board, board of scientific counselors, subcommittee on climate change. Thank you.
Thanks. Sukobi?
Hey, Jacoby Wilson, professor, University of Maryland College Park with the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health. I'm an environmental health scientist, direct the Center for Community Engagement, Environmental Justice and Health. Been doing environmental justice work since I was an undergrad student, since 1995. As it relates to this panel, I'm a member of the EPA Science Advisory Board, also a member of the EJ subcommittee. I'm a former member of the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, so did a lot of work providing feedback to the EPA on EPA EJ screen. Also built one of the older tools, state level tools on the environmental screening and mapping tools, Maryland EJ screen. And we're working on a climate equity health mapping tool. We also working on, we built a park equity, updated park equity mapping tool for our DNR. And then I've done on other panels too. I'm on the National Academy of Sciences Board of Environmental Studies and Toxicology. And really excited to be here to contribute to this effort and just making sure that when it comes to geospatial tools, that is representative justice and that it's community engaged, community driven, and making sure that we maximize benefits for communities. Thank you.
Thanks. Naomi?
Hi, everyone. I'm Naomi Yoder. I'm a staff scientist at nonprofit Healthy Gulf. Healthy Gulf is a regional Gulf of Mexico organization. We work across the 5 Gulf states. My work includes defending the Gulf Coast from dirty energy and pollution, also uplifting environmental justice and climate justice, and advocating for wetlands and biodiversity protection. I also review various environmental permits and make comments and public testimony on those. I contribute GIS and spatial analysis efforts to our organization and coalition spaces. I use they, them pronouns. Thanks.
Thanks. Adriana?
Hi, everyone. My name is Adriana Zuniga Teran. I am an assistant professor at the School of Geography, Development, and Environment at the University of Arizona. I also have a joint appointment at the same university at the Ural Center for Studies in Public Policy. For my work, I study cities and how they are adapting to climate change. I work with stakeholders and community partners to answer questions related to water security, urban resilience, public health, and environmental justice. I focus on green space or green infrastructure, nature-based solutions, there are many names, across the urban-rural continuum. I also conduct policy analysis of greening programs at the city level. And for my teaching, I teach courses for the Urban and Regional Development Program, and I have taught other sustainability-related courses, but in all of my courses, I add an environmental justice component, whether it's a lesson or a module. For example, this year, I incorporated the AJ screen mapping tool in one of my courses. And I'm very happy to be here, and I will do my best to contribute to this effort. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you all for the introductions and your service, of course, on this review panel. We are really looking forward to working and, with all of you, and of course, learning from you as well through the process. So moving on now to the next item on our agenda, which is public comments, exactly at 1:30 p.m. ET. So great to see we are doing well in terms of time. So I will now invite members of the public to provide their oral statements. And we currently have one registered speaker, right, which is Ms. Uni Blake, who is a senior policy advisor at the American Petroleum Institute. So I'm going to turn it over now to Uni Blake. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon. I feel a little bit alone, being the lone public speaker, but I will try and stick to, allotted time. So good afternoon to the members of this newly convened SAB and to EPA staff. It is really good to see some familiar faces out there. I think that speaks to the growing interest and the importance of EJ Screen in supporting the advancement of environmental justice. I'm also really impressed with the breadth of experience on this committee, and I really feel truly honored to be a part of, kicking this process off. So like said, my name is Uni Blake. I am a senior policy advisor at the American Petroleum Institute, which is also known as API. So API represents about 600 member companies involved in all aspects of the natural gas and oil industry. And together with our members, API is committed to continually improving environmental and social performance, engaging with and investing in our communities. My background is as an environmental health scientist, and I focus on exposure, risk assessments, and public health. I lead API's portfolio on environmental justice, and here at API, we're working to identify areas where we as an industry can provide input and support to advancing environmental justice. As the only public commenter, and after listening to everybody, I feel this small sense compelled to speak about my interest in the topic. My interest is grounded in growing up in a community where environmental regulations did not align with community priorities, and that is how I entered into this field. So at API, we are also committed to working with regulatory agencies, policymakers, local EJ advocates to help deepen our understanding of the concerns, and we look forward to collaboratively addressing environmental justice. And so again, we appreciate this effort to address, the SAB, and API members will offer some of these comments and considerations, which we will then submit in a detailed form in written comments. So I'll just kind of go through them real quick. So we ask that SAB and EPA recognize that community burdens are defined differently across the various federal agencies. This has led us to have some confusion within our industry stakeholders, and it could result in potentially contributing to unequal community outcomes. For example, just looking at EJ Screen, there's under the two different indicators, for example, under the demographic indicators, one considers people of color and income, and the supplemental demographic indicator, talks about low income, unemployment rate, English proficiency, education, and age. And so when you look at another tool, which is the CGIS tool, which is a CQ's tool, recognizing that it has a different purpose, they use low income as a social economic burden. And what is happening, we're finding ourselves spending a lot of times trying to get our stakeholders to understand which tool they need to use for what purpose. And so if that could be clarified across the agencies, that would be helpful. And then another point that some of the members brought up was the concept of fence line communities. So fence line communities is addressed in some of EPA's programs, and it is not really identified within EJ Screen. So that's something that could be thought about as you're considering thinking about providing input on EJ Screen, and recognizing that fence line communities are associated with air emissions, discharges, or land disturbances, which differ whether in a rural area, suburban, or urban areas. So just considerations of how that could be captured in EJ Screen going forward. Another thought that we had was, the consideration that EJ Screen is a static tool. It's only as good as, what is within the screening level data sets. So from the regulated entity, while you could have undertaken some changes to your operations or your processes, it is really unclear how those changes would be captured within EJ Screen. Besides, since EJ Screen relies only on data, the data sets that the agency has, how could us as an industry contribute to keeping that information up to date? Similarly, along those lines, the IRA is investing millions of dollars to be distributed to address environmental justice concerns. It is anticipated that those monies could lead to substantial changes in the indicators within EJ Screen and EJ indicators. However, the way EJ Screen is designed right now, it doesn't capture any of those investments or potential changes that the community could incur over time. For example, one of the examples I was given by the members is lead paint abatement would not be currently reflected in EJ Screen, and it's based solely on the age of the homes within in the community. So maybe this is something that the EJ Screen could capture. And just also a note to remind the EPA to regularly update data to capture and reflect the progress made towards advancing environmental justice. Another thing that we saw was this concept of the rural effect. In general, EJ indexes are based on urban impacts such as air pollution, brownfields, and toxic releases. Those indices are applied to rural populations, bring the percentiles down or up depending on the area, causing assumptions about the rural community's environmental burden. As an industry that operates mostly in rural areas, our members are having a really hard time aligning what they're finding in EJ Screen with what is in the actual community in terms of its rural identity. Finally, as EPA advances significant updates to EJ Screen, including the creation and inclusion of a cumulative score, we would request opportunities for public input around the cumulative score as they incorporate that within their processes. So like I alluded to earlier, we will be submitting a lot of detail around some of these comments, and thank you very much for this opportunity to provide API's input. And I know I went over 3 minutes, maybe kept it about 5. And for that, I apologize, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for your comments, suggestions, and recommendations. And we'll, as a panel, we'll do our best to ensure that these things are incorporated as we work our way through the charge questions. I was wondering, since we have some time, I was wondering if there are any clarifying questions or comments from panel members or others. And I think, as Zaida mentioned before, if you're asking a question, please mention your name for the benefit of those who have joined by phone. Thank you. Anyone? Okay, thank you very much again for coming here today and sharing your statements and comments. And okay, we have one from Reginald, right? Okay.
Hello, Oni. Good to see you. Thanks for your comments. I had a question, if you wouldn't mind. You started the conversation talking about environmental regulations, or you felt environmental regulations did not align. And in terms of the EJ screen, can you talk about that a little bit? Like how you or how we can use EJ screen to help to either map alignment or use the tools to start to fix that problem, if you think that's still a problem. Is that clear? Or
Yeah, I think so. I think it's when I was talking about how the different tools across the agencies are defining a community's disadvantage or its burden. And so what we're seeing is, some of the tools use low income and race. Some of the tools may use several different indicators: low income, unemployment, English proficiency. And what we're seeing is what it does, it changes like the boundary of the community, or like the burden of the community. And there's a sense that maybe if there's consistency within that piece, so as you are doing your feedback to the agency, maybe they can take this thought up to the interagency council and they can discuss it at that level, but also identifying that each tool has its own purpose, and we do get that. And that the EJ screen is about capturing the environmental burden, and maybe the Department of Transportation's tool is about capturing. Thank you so much for that question. That's a really good question. A quick example, I was down in Tampa at the end of last year, and I had the opportunity to sit down with some communities who had some of the burdens that would have considered them environmental justice communities, but they did not show up as such on the EJ screen tool. And again, I think it's a question of the granularity question, because that community sits like divided between, I think, 2 different census tracts, and a majority of the census tract was definitely not in an environmental justice community, because these were communities that were along the coastline. And so there were some really big homes. And then you have this one little pocket community that, has a lot of, had a lot of disparities, a lot of burdens, but they were not captured on the EJ screen. And so that's another kind of an example of the granularity question. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? From anyone attending this meeting? Okay.
I'll just wrap up by saying thank you. And if at any point you need the perspective of the regulated community, I think EPA has my contacts, and be glad to participate as needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again for joining us and sharing your thoughts and suggestions with us. And we'll be in touch, of course. Hopefully, if we need to reach out to you again. And also, I wanted to mention that there will be another opportunity for the public to provide oral statements and address this review panel. And that would be during our next public meeting, which would be an in-person/hybrid meeting that would take place on May 8th through 10th. And we don't have a schedule for that meeting yet, but I think on the first day, there'll be an opportunity to hear from, get other feedback or public comments, and members of the public will be able to provide their oral statements there also. Okay, I think we are running a little ahead of time, and I just wanted to check with Zaida if our next speaker from the Office of EJ and External Civil Rights is available now. She is scheduled to speak at 2 p.m. Eastern, but I just wanted to check if she's here already.
Hi, Dr. Chakraborty and panel members. I don't see Ms. Sridhar Kumar yet joining. I'm going to refer that question to Mr. Long and Mr. Tai Long and Mr. Matthew Lee.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's been able to join yet. We could just go ahead and start the presentation, and when she joins, we could pause and let her give an introduction, or we could take a break and do the introduction whenever at 2 o'clock when she will be on. It's up to you.
Dr. Chakraborty, should we go ahead and start the presentation or take a break?
We can start the presentation if it's fine with, I don't know, unless anyone has any objections, and hear from her later. What do you think?
Sounds good. We can definitely hear her perspective.
Right. Because it's a longer meeting, I mean, I want to keep our scheduled break that happens later. But yeah, thank you.
Sounds good. So then with that.
Okay, let me first, I think, formally invite two people from the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights that I really admire and respect, Mr. Tai Lang and Mr. Matthew Lee, to provide an overview and demonstration of the EJ Screen mapping and screening tool that was released in October of last year. And in terms of questions, I would like to request the panel members to hold their clarifying questions until Tai and Matthew complete their demonstration and presentation. We will have enough time for clarifying questions, after their presentation, and of course, before we get to discuss the charge questions at the end. Okay. So on that note, I'd like to welcome both of them for the EJ Screen demonstration and presentation. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. So I'm going to start off, and I'll give a quick presentation about EJ Screen, and then maybe at that point we can pause, take some questions, and then Matt Lee is going to jump into a demonstration of the tool. I think once you see that demonstration, I think there'll be a lot more questions, and it'll be nice too because Matt will be able to demonstrate some of the functionality as he's answering the questions. So I think that would be pretty useful to folks. But with that, I will start the presentation. All right. Can you all see my screen? Okay, wonderful. So yeah, today I'm going to just give a basic overview of EJ Screen and talk about some of the things that we wanted to address with the EJ Screen panel. So, just as a bigger picture, what is EJ Screen? We built EJ Screen about a decade ago, and we had built it just to have a nationally consistent way to map environmental justice within the agency. It's a GIS tool, it's web-based, so anybody with an internet connection can get online, get on the tool, and start mapping out where we have an intersection between some of these different environmental pollutants and some of the different socioeconomic factors And we do that to highlight where there could be some vulnerable populations, where populations might be disproportionately impacted by pollution. And, you know, that is basically the heart and soul of what EJ Screen does. It's that environmental and that socioeconomic, and we're bringing those two data sets together into EJ indexes, into supplemental indexes, which I'll get into later in the presentation. But it has been a really tremendously valuable tool to the agency. You know, within the agency, we use it as a starting point for the consideration of environmental justice. So if I'm talking to somebody else within the agency, we can both look at EJ Screen and we have the same starting point for that conversation. But likewise, it's been used so much by other state organizations, state governments, local governments, tribal governments. It's been used by other federal agencies to implement some of their environmental work, some of their environmental justice work. And, you know, even communities, you know, when we sit down and we talk to communities, having EJ Screen as a common starting point has been so tremendously valuable to us. So, you know, there are just a ton of different ways that we use EJ Screen. But I'm really excited for this chance to sit down with the SAB and get some feedback on, you know, the methodology behind the tool and just making sure that everything that we do with the tool is done in a scientifically defensible way. So some of the key elements to EJ Screen, one of the big things that we do is we update the tool annually because we try to keep it as current as possible. So we're updating all of the demographic data annually, and any of the environmental data sets that are available for update, we're doing that annually as well. We're running on ACS data. So there are two different census data sets. There's the big decennial census, which comes out every 10 years. And then there is an American Community Survey. That is done on a rolling basis. So it's done annually. It's a 5-year average of data. And so we use that rolling average because it keeps it more current in the tool. And having that really up-to-date demographics is really important because that can change quickly in a neighborhood. We're using the highest resolution of data available. You know, I've heard the comments from Uni about how it's really important to get that granular data. Well, we are using the most granular data that is available. And, you know, I think that's where we're going to continue to go. That's been really important for us in terms of what we do is we're using block group level data. A lot of the other tools out there that you see are using track level data, and track level data is very good, but you know, we made a decision early on that we wanted to have that block group level data in there because we wanted to be able to look at that neighborhood level within the tool. So that's always been very important to us. Other things that we've done with the tool is, you know, everything within the tool is available for download. So you can download all of the different data sets behind it. And a lot of people, you know, pretty much every EJ tool out there is using some of the data from EJ Screen, from the CGIS to that Maryland tool that Jacoby was talking about, to CalEnviroScreen. All of those other tools use a lot of the EJ Screen data. And we did that on purpose. You know, we don't think that there should just be one EJ tool to rule them all. We're sharing that data and letting other people use that data to make some important decisions and to drive some of the questions that they're asking about environmental justice. We've also built the tool to be both, you know, user friendly. So, you know, anybody that can get online can access it. If you can use Google Maps, you can use EJ Screen, but it also has a lot of really advanced mapping features. So, you know, a lot of the things that you would normally need some GIS software to do, you're just able to do within EJ Screen. And I think that's been really powerful as well. A bit about the background. So, we put out EJ Screen more than a decade ago. So originally, our former deputy administrator, in the agency had said, this is a little bit crazy because we had different programs and different regions looking at environmental justice in different ways. And he said, no, we need to have a consistent way to look at environmental justice. So in 2010, we started building EJ Screen as part of our former EJ strategic plan. We talked to the NEJAC, the National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, and got some input on screening methods. And then in 2012, we put out EJ Screen internally. We had it peer reviewed by experts. So we did a letter review. We didn't get a chance to go to the SAB at that point, and just did, a smaller letter review of the tool. We released the tool to the public in 2015. And, since that time, we've constantly updated the tool every year. We've released a mobile version of the tool in 2017. And then last year, we have made some bigger changes to the tool. That was the first time that we had a little bit larger budget for EJ Screen rather than just running on a shoestring budget. So we implemented some of these bigger changes that we had been wanting to do for a long time, but we just weren't quite able to. The other thing that we did last year, which was kind of a big deal, is we had an academic review of EJ Screen. And based on that academic review, we made some big changes. And some of those changes are what we want to talk to the SAB about right now. One of the things that we always talk about when we do talk about EJ Screen is just some of the caveats and limitations behind it. We are reliant on national level data sets. So if it's not a national level data set, we don't use it in EJ Screen because we want to be able to compare the entire nation. That has limitations though. Because of that, there are a lot of environmental issues, a lot of EJ issues that are not addressed within EJ Screen. And, that is something we continue to work on. We're constantly looking for new data sets, trying to find some important issues that we can build into the tool that really address some of those issues that are the key of environmental justice concerns. A lot of the indicators are screening level proxies for actual risk or exposure. Some of our data sets, like some of our air toxics data sets, are used for risk assessment in other contexts. But some of our data sets are just like a proximity to a Superfund site, or as Uni mentioned, we use for a lead paint indicator, we're looking at the age of the housing stock as a proxy for if there was lead paint in the house. It doesn't speak to if that lead paint was remediated properly, but it's a good proxy for us as we're looking at the potential for EJ concerns. Our indicators vary in vintage. So, every year when we're able to, we update the data sets if there's new data available, but some of those data sets don't come out every year. So some of them lag behind a little bit. And, likewise, the census data has limitations. We're using the most granular data that is available by the census. But given that, there are still pockets of communities, especially in some of those rural areas, that can get overlooked within EJ Screen. And we know that, and we don't know how to address it necessarily. It's as granular of data as we can use. But for that reason, we always say that the results should be verified on the ground when possible. So, if somebody says, hey, there's a pocket of an EJ community that EJ Screen is missing, well, that's fine. It's a screening tool. We missed that spot, but that on the ground experience is even more important than what the tool says. The tool is just a screening tool, and it's to help us start to get to the answers. But the real answers are on the ground. And, when we're talking to those communities, we find out where there are some real issues. And then the final thing that we always talk about with EJ Screen is that it is not a labeling tool. It is just a starting point for us to start to look at where there could be some potential for EJ concerns. But we don't use EJ screen to say this is or is not a disadvantaged community. We don't say this is or is not an EJ community. We really leave that up to the communities to decide for themselves. But it is very important for a lot of the work that we do as a starting point for starting to understand where there are some potential issues. In terms of the data sets within EJ Screen, we have our 12 EJ indexes, and those EJ indexes are reflective of the 12 different environmental indicators that we have. Earlier, at the end of last year, we added in for the first time supplemental indexes, and we'll talk a little bit more about those later in the presentation, and Matt Lee will demonstrate those whenever we get into the actual demonstration of the tool. But they're using the same calculations as the EJ indexes. They're just using different demographic factors for those calculations. So we have our 12 EJ indexes, we have our 12 supplemental indexes, we have the 12 corresponding environmental indicators, and then we have 7 different socioeconomic indicators that we're looking at within the tool. Some of those indicators are just information that we can overlay in the map, and some of those indicators are actually built into our calculations. But they're all very important as we start to look at where there could be some potential for vulnerable communities, or where there could be some potential for other issues. Recently, we built in some new health indicators. These are based on CDC data. Another thing that we've been working on in the last couple of years is building in some better climate data. That's something we're continually improving on. And then finally, we're starting to build in some critical service gaps, or some of those really important services to communities. I mentioned earlier that we're using block group level data. Well, to understand what that is, there are a lot of different ways that the census breaks down their data. The census actually has data at a block level. So in an urban area, that would just be most of the time a city block. We are not allowed to share data at that block level. If you share data at that block level, there are some privacy concerns. So if I shared, the average income for a city block, you could probably extrapolate somewhere around what a given household would make. And for that reason, the census doesn't allow us to share data at that level. We go one level up from that to the block group level. In most cases, in an urban area, that's just a collection of city blocks. On average, is between 600 and 3,000 people, but it tends to fall around like 1,200 people in a block group. And as I said before, that is really important to us to keep it at that really granular level, because as is with our tool, we can still miss communities. And if we scaled it back to a track level, I think we would miss even more of those little pockets of communities. In terms of a lot of the other tools that you see out there, they are running at that track level, and track level is still good. But with a lot of the work that we do, we felt that it's really important to get as granular as possible. Beyond that, it's just county and state level. And for a lot of the work that we do, we didn't find that would be very valuable. In terms of our environmental indicators, many of the data sets that we have in the tool are air related, because we have a lot more national level data sets on air than we do some of the other environmental pollutants. So with the air related indicators that we have data on particulate matter 2.5, we have data on ozone. We're actually changing the way that we do our calculations of ozone. So instead of looking at the summer seasonal average, we're going to look at the peak concentrations. We're looking at diesel particulate matter, air toxics cancer risk, and air toxics respiratory hazard index. Those are from our air toxics assessment. And then finally, we use Department of Transportation data to look at traffic proximity and volume, looking at all of the different road segments across the country and looking at populations close to those busy road segments. In terms of our other environmental indicators, we look at our lead paint, which I've already talked about, uses the age of housing stock as a proxy for if there could be some potential for lead paint exposure. We have a few different proximity indicators. So we're looking at proximity to Superfund sites or NPL facilities. We look at proximity to risk management plans or facilities that are storing dangerous chemicals. And then finally, we look at proximity to hazardous waste sites. Those are both treatment, storage, and disposal facilities and large quantity waste generators. We have another indicator that's a newer one, looking at underground storage tanks and leaking underground storage tanks in community. And then finally, we have a wastewater discharge indicator, and that one's using the toxic loadings from polluting facilities that are going into water bodies and using a fate and transport model to disperse those as they go downstream. In terms of our socioeconomic indicators, the two big ones that we use within EJ Screen are the people of color and low income. I say those are the two biggest ones because those are the two factors that feed into our environmental justice indexes. We use those two factors because those are the two factors that are called out in Executive Order 12898 that directs all federal agencies to consider environmental justice in their work. But on top of that, we also look at unemployment. We look at limited English-speaking households or households that don't speak English very well. We look at less than high school education. And then finally, we look at populations under age 5 and over age 64, as those are particularly vulnerable populations. For our demographics, the two big things that we do with our demographics is that we build a demographic index. And that demographic index feeds into our calculations for our EJ index. The other index that we build is a supplemental demographic index that feeds into our supplemental indexes. And so our demographic index is just a straight average of low income and people of color. And then our demographic, our supplemental demographic index rather, is an average of low income, unemployment, limited English proficiency, less than high school education, and low life expectancy. Those calculations are all online. If you have any questions about those, we're happy to talk through exactly how those work. But what does all of that mean is basically with our EJ indexes or our supplemental index, they're basically showing the highest intersection of our demographic factors and a given environmental pollutant. So if we were looking at proximity to a Superfund facility, and our EJ index basically is showing the highest intersection of three factors: low-income communities, communities of color, and proximity to Superfund facilities. The calculations are here, and we're happy to walk you through the calculations and the changes to the calculations if there are any questions about those. One of the things that we've done within EJ Screen that we felt was really important is we have always used percentiles to represent our scores. Sorry, Jay, I saw that you came off of mute. Did you have something that you wanted to ask?
No, I guess before we get to the questions, I just wanted to remind panel members that clarifying questions only today, not for any group discussion or deliberation. We'll get to do that later. But if anyone has any clarifying questions, yeah, they can ask it. Thanks.
Thanks. So one of the things that we've done with EJ Screen is rather than giving raw scores to people, we have always used percentiles as a way to contextualize those scores. And we do that by comparing each individual block group to the rest of the block groups in the state, or the rest of the block groups in the country. So you can see how that block group compares to everybody else in the state or the country. I think this is something that's really important because, if I shared just a random air toxic score with somebody, it wouldn't really mean anything to anybody except for a few air scientists. So, getting that contextualized understanding of how that place compares is very important to the tool actually being community friendly, I would say. In terms of our health indicators, this is something that we built in last year. We built in low life expectancy, and that is actually looking at the average life expectancy and then inverting it. So the places with the highest life expectancy score at the very bottom. We're looking at heart disease and we're looking at asthma data. These all come from the CDC places data sets. This is done with the CDC in collaboration with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And so, this was the first time that they've ever provided nationwide coverage for health data sets at the tract level. Prior to 2 years ago, when the CDC started sharing this data, it was always only available at the county level, which just wasn't really good enough for our tool. In terms of our climate indicators, we look at wildfire risk and flood risk. Those two data sets are actually done through a private organization called the First Street Foundation. And we found those to be very good representation of some of the wildfire risk and flood risk that are actually a little bit more easier to ingest compared to some of the other NOAA and FEMA data sets that are out there on some of the climate data. On top of that, we look at drought, we look at coastal flood hazard, we look at 100-year floodplains, and then finally we look at sea level rise within our tool. And the climate indicators are something that we're continuing to hone and modify. So I think we have some changes that we're hoping to make to those climate indicators and trying to get them better and better as time goes on. It's a newer data set that we built into the tool as well. And so getting as much input as we can in terms of how we can improve those. The critical service gaps that we have within the tool, we look at food deserts. We're using USDA data on that. We look at medically underserved areas or places that don't have as many primary healthcare providers. And then we finally look at broadband internet penetration in communities. Just in a modern world, that internet is very powerful and something that, communities need to have to be up to date on everything. So another change that we did recently is we built in territory data in EJ Screen for the first time. So we've had data on Puerto Rico in EJ Screen since 2016. But one of the things that we've been really focused on is trying to get some better data on other territories, other US territories. And so for the first time last year, we built in data on the US Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Mariana Islands. We don't have all of the data sets that we have for EJ Screen for those selected locations. So, some of those environmental data sets, we just don't have data on some of those data sets for the territories. But, building this in for the first time, I think is a starting point. And I think it's a really important starting point in terms of making sure that all of the places within the US are considered in the tool. And I think it will also push some of our programs to do a better job of collecting data in some of these locations as well. One thing to note with the territory data is it's only going to be compared to the state level. So it doesn't reflect national level percentiles. And that's because we're using different data sets. A lot of times it's a different census that we're collecting for some of the territories. So, it doesn't match up one for one. And so we're not really able to compare that at the national level. Here's a list of the different environmental data sets that we have for the territories currently. As you see, we don't have all of the different data sets that we have within all of the 12 different environmental data sets that we have for the lower 48 and Alaska and Hawaii. But we're getting there and we're hoping to improve on this. One of the things that we really wanted to talk to the SAB about is some of the updated calculations that we made to EJ Screen last year. This was a big deal for us. We had talked to a large group of academics to get some input on these changes before we made them. But we had been using EJ Screen for a decade, and we had seen some opportunities to make some changes. And so we wanted to get some input before we just slapped them into the tool. The big things that we did is we switched from using a raw score to an environmental percentile in our calculations, and I'll get into exactly why we did that a little bit later. We stopped subtracting a national average from our demographic index to help us in the way that we calculated our scores as well. And then finally, we removed population count and weighting in our calculations as well. So this is basically our old EJ index calculations on the bottom, and this is what we've updated it to. And if you have any questions about how that impacts our numbers or anything, we have a lot of data on that. We're happy to talk through it. The percentiles. So when we switched, we started using environmental percentiles. One of the issues that we had found with EJ Screen is that our environmental percentile or environmental scores could go very high. Some of them could get up into, to 30,000 for like our traffic proximity score. It's using actual car counts on these road segments, but our demographic score, which was multiplying times it, was only between 0 and 100. And what that did was created instances where the environmental numbers completely outweighed the demographic numbers. And so the scores would be driven entirely by those environmental scores. And so we wanted to fix that. And so what we did is we took, rather than those environmental scores, we're using the percentile. So now we're limiting the number for those environmental scores between 0 and 100, and the demographic score is going to be between 0 and 100. So they're being weighed more evenly. We still have those raw environmental scores in the tool. And so you can still see all of those raw environmental scores, but we feel it reflects better in the tool in terms of getting the places that we need to get to the most. Another thing that we did is we removed the subtraction of the national demographic average. So in our old calculations, and let me slide back a couple of slides so you can see, in our old calculations, what we had done was we were looking at the environmental index for each block group, and then we were taking the US average, the demographic index for the entire US, and we were subtracting that number from that block group. The issue that created was that it could, in instances, create a negative number. So if the demographic average was lower for that block group than for the average of the US, it would create a negative number. And then when we multiply our environmental scores times that, it's going up as the numbers go down. So, it created some issues with how all of the scores worked out. So we decided to remove that subtraction. That subtraction actually did a good job of its intended purpose, which was making sure that we were getting to the places that were most in need, that had a demographic score higher than that national average. But we found other ways to do that so that it wasn't so critical that we use that subtraction of the national average. The final thing that we did is we removed population weighting. This is something that we had heard from people about for a long time. Our old scores were multiplying times the block group population for each block group. So you could have neighboring block groups with the exact same environmental score, the exact same demographic score, but the block group that had the higher population would score higher. That didn't make sense to us, so we removed that subtraction. And originally when we built that functionality in there, we had built it in because we wanted to make sure that our tool was addressing places with the most need. So trying to do the most good for the most amount of people was our original use of it. But nowadays, with people using EJ Screen in so many different ways, we didn't think it was a good idea to have in a tool that was being used in lots of different ways. The maps and the reports, I'm going to run through this section really quickly so we can pause and get to some questions. Plus, Matt Lee is going to demonstrate most of this functionality. So in terms of our maps, one of the big things that we did this year is we built in threshold maps. So these are going to allow for a new customization of how the results are displayed rather. This is kind of a big deal because rather than looking at each individual environmental indicator or EJ index, you can look across all 12 of them at once. So it works for both the EJ index or the supplemental indexes. It can be done compared to the state or the nation. And, it just basically does what you would otherwise have to download EJ Screen data, pull it into ArcGIS to do this. Now you can do a lot of these customized views of the data within EJ Screen. And Matt will demonstrate this when we get to that demonstration. In terms of the viewing of the reports, we have a few different EJ Screen reports within the tool. The reports provide maps, they provide all of the raw numbers, they show all of our results as percentiles as well. We have a standard report, and then we have ACS report, which is basically using that demographic data and pulling a report of a lot of those different demographic factors. We also have a CDC report, which uses a lot of the CDC data to provide health reports. And one of the neat things about EJ Screen is there's lots of different ways that you can slice and dice the data. So you can select your input area, you can select the whole city, you can draw the boundaries around a facility, you can look at an individual block group. So there's just all of these different ways that you can look at the data. We also overlay our maps data. So we've got all of those different maps on environmental indicators, socioeconomic, health, climate. But then you can also overlay all of this other data. So you can overlay data on tribal lands, you can overlay data on schools, on where there's public housing, where there's prisons, where EPA regulated facilities are located. There's all of this different data that you can overlay to get a better understanding of what's going on in the community. And then finally, one of the other things that we've done with EJ Screen is we took a lot of those more advanced tools and we hid them in a toolbar so that the tool was a little bit more community friendly, and the people that really wanted to dig into some of that more advanced functionality could do it within that toolbar. So I'm going to stop with that. We'll go over some uses, and then I think we'll take a break and see if there's any questions. So in terms of EJ Screen uses, there's a bunch of different ways we use EJ Screen inside the agency. We do a lot of outreach and engagement using EJ Screen. All of our different enforcement and compliance work uses EJ Screen as a starting point for prioritizing some of their work. We use it for different permitting and NEPA reviews. But the way that we use EJ Screen inside the agency is just a starting point. There are so many other ways that people are using EJ Screen outside of EPA that I think that's really where we're starting to see some of the more powerful uses of EJ Screen. We have a lot of other federal agencies using EJ Screen to implement a lot of their programs. So we've got like Department of Transportation, Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA. A lot of those programs rely on EJ Screen for some of their program implementation. We're seeing a lot more use of EJ Screen from states. Some states are building their own environmental justice mapping tools, but a lot of other ones are just relying on EJ Screen to do that. Local governments, tribal governments, likewise, many of those don't have the ability to build their own custom tools, so they rely on EJ Screen to implement their environmental and EJ programs. And then you see a lot more use of EJ Screen these days from communities, from academics, from industry. We're seeing a bunch of people using EJ Screen to teach classes on environmental justice, do a lot of different research. We're seeing communities using EJ Screen for their grant applications rather than just talking anecdotally about some of the things that are going on. They're putting hard numbers in those applications, which strengthens those. And we're seeing a lot of use of it from industry, from a lot of other sectors. So, I think it's a really interesting and exciting time to be working on EJ Screen. So I'm going to stop there and see if we have any questions. I've been doing a lot of talking, and I think we also have Chitra Kumar on now if we want to do a quick intro from her.
Hi, yeah, do you want that now?
Zaida, what would you like for us to do?
Yes, please, Ms. Kumar, go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you all for having me. Hi, I'm Chitra Kumar. I'm the director of the Office of Policy Partnerships and Program Development, and the EJ Screen team, Ty and Matthew both are in this office, and I'm so grateful to them for all their hard work in making this presentation and also this work with you all happen. And, with huge thanks to Zaida and your team, Jay, to put this panel together. I mean, this is really important for us because we recognize that scientific expertise and in your review is actually very important for the success of this product, that it needs to be able to withstand scientific scrutiny, and all of the applications of the tool, as Ty was describing, really people do try to peel back, look under the hood and see how things were made, all the different assumptions. We joke sometimes about the number of PhDs, dissertations that are going to come out of the changes that were made to this last update, because there's a lot of analysis that could be done about what are the different outcomes, how does this compare with other tools out there on the street. So definitely really appreciate you all being here, you all putting your time into giving us some thoughtful feedback on this. EPA has been using EJ Screen since 2012, and we've been doing that publicly since 2015. But those big changes recently, they do add some interest to this tool, and we think are really valuable for those who are going to use this. And it's very interesting to see, with the emphasis of this administration on equity and justice issues, just how many people are paying attention now to this tool. So thanks again for your attention. I really think this is an opportunity to have a big impact by getting this tool into and giving us your input, and then enabling us to get this tool into even more hands, and maybe even spur some ideas for other types of products we might want to be thinking about well into the future, now that we have a little bit of money to be able to throw into improvements and other products. So thank you so much. We go back to questions, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you for your message. And I want to thank you on behalf of all the panel members. And if there are any questions for Chitra, this would be a good time from any of the panel members.
I know it's a Friday. People are probably ready to, go on their holidays, or at least have their weekends. So if there's no questions, it's no problem at all. Ty and Matthew are here And
I think we have a few questions I can see.
oh, good. Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't see who raised the hand first.
Adriana is first.
Thanks.
Hey, well, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting and amazing work at the national level. I'm super surprised. I just have a clarifying question on the Justice 40. So on the Places tab, and the last one of those is Justice 40, and I just don't understand what that layer is. Thank you.
Do you want me to cover this one, Chitra? Or do you want to cover that?
Yes, please, Ty. I was assuming these questions are for any of us.
All right. So the Justice 40 is actually using the CEQ tool, the Climate and Economic Justice Screening tool. They have created a layer of disadvantaged communities that will be eligible for 40% of certain federal funding, which must go to quote unquote disadvantaged communities. So that is a layer that is new under this administration, and it's an important funding source for a lot of the EJ communities. So we felt it was important to build into our tool as well.
So it's about climate data, I gather, for the climate name. So is it like heat, flooding, or some?
So CEQ developed this tool with the US, so the White House developed this tool. They have a web page that describes all of the criteria they use to come up with this. It's not just climate data, it's economic data, and then it's definitely demographic data. So I recommend, we're not claiming this, right? We did not develop it. They did. So I think we want to be careful about not trying to describe it in too much detail.
Yeah, just wanted to add to that. I put that link in the chat. I'm not sure if it reached you. So that's kind of, it was developed as part of the Justice 40 initiative, as Ty mentioned, to identify which communities are disadvantaged so that the whole idea behind Justice 40 is that communities that should receive 40% of all benefits of the climate-related investments should be identified through the tool. But I think what we saw in this presentation, that you can actually find out where those communities are. I think those are census tracts, right, Ty? I think that
they are census tracts.
That are marked as part of now of the latest version of the EJ Screen tool. Thanks.
Yep. There's been a lot of conversation around it, so there's lots of questions. Yeah. The next question, who had their hand up next?
And
Hi, thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate, so that question that was just asked about the Justice 40, that kind of goes back to Uni's comment in the beginning about potential confusion about all of the different tools that are out there, screening, mapping, deterministic tools. And so I appreciate that the language surrounding EJ Screen is this is a screening tool, because there are the way especially environmental justice indices are indicated, some of them are modeled and some of them are measured and point locations. So I appreciate the language surrounding this particular tool and that it is a screening tool. And so that is, I just wanted to, that's kind of interesting that question that was brought out by one of our advisory board members kind of leads into the comment that Uni had. And the other question I have, or I guess a comment, is that the ability to add, for states to add data to it is extremely beneficial for small states like mine, like North Dakota, that doesn't have necessarily the capacity or the funds to build our own tool, but yet we do have the ability to use our own QA QC data to input into it. And so that is very beneficial. So I appreciate the time that you guys have spent going into this. So thank you.
Thanks, Anna. A couple of comments on that. One of the things that we have talked about for a bit of time now is setting up an interagency. There's an interagency working group on environmental justice, setting up a working group across the federal government on some of the different data to make sure that we're all starting from the same starting point. So, setting up like these are the definitive sets of data that we could be using. We've also been talking about that within the office of, can we set up a database of or a collection of all of these different maps that we think are the best environmental justice data to use. And in terms of adding data, another thing that, we've always been very focused on making sure that EJ Screen has the ability to pull in data. Matt can demonstrate that functionality when he's demonstrating the tool. But we've also talked for a long time about how we could expand EJ Screen to be more of a base tool. So if someone like North Dakota wanted to build their own tool, they wouldn't have to go out and have their own GIS experts build a tool. They could use EJ Screen as a starting point, add their own data sets, and create their own state-specific tool using EJ Screen, because it's crazy that everybody's going out and building a whole brand new tool when we could all just be using the same starting point.
If I could just follow up with that, I agree, but when you get into the regional differences, and so you do have to be very careful about which data sets we use, because they might tell a different story. So that's why I just reiterate again, I just really appreciate the ability for the states to put in their own QA QC data to make those decisions and those analysis.
Thanks for the insights. Do you want to move to the next question? David?
Yes, Ty, thanks for a great presentation, so comprehensive, and I'm constantly amazed at all the new functionalities of EJ Screen. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question about the environmental indicators. I just want to make sure I heard you correct. So can you confirm that all of those measures, from the air pollution to the sort of proximity to different sites, are measured at the block group level? Is that correct? So does that mean, for example, for proximity to Superfund sites, you're doing something like taking the centroid of the block group and then sort of measuring out sites within 5 kilometers? Do I have that right? Or are some of those measures coming in at higher levels of geography? Thanks.
So, yeah, that's a great question, David. So all of our proximity indicators are done at a block group level. So we're looking at the location of those and then looking in relation to the location of those within a block group. There are some of our indicators, some of our air-related indicators that are at track level, and then we're giving the same scores to each of the different block groups within that track. Likewise, we do the same thing with a couple of our other indicators. There's our health indicators are at the track level, and then each of those are scored the same. And there's something else that we do that with. Matt, do you remember what the other indicator is?
At the track, I think those are all of them at the track.
That's it. Okay, so it's just the health and a couple of our air data sets.
Ted, you're next, right?
Yeah, just 2 quick questions. One is you talked about vintage earlier in your presentation, and I'm curious, like, what your vintage threshold is for different data sets. You mentioned a couple of years in one of those columns on those tables. I'd like you to maybe just clarify how you determine your vintage threshold. And my other question is, towards the end, you showed that you're able to add shape files, I believe, to this tool now. And I'm wondering, are you also allowed to add like CSV or KML files, or, where does that stand? So those are my two questions.
So I just copied and pasted, and Matt also did, the link to the environmental indicators, so you can see the age of all the different environmental indicators in the tool. The ones that tend to lag behind the most are our air data sets, because it takes a while for for all the states to collect the different air monitor data sets, and then we get all that data, then we have to model the data for the places that are not monitored. And so, that always lags behind. The Office of Air has also changed how they're doing that. So we're hoping to get a little bit more caught up so that the air data only lags behind a couple of years, rather than, 4 or 5 years as it is right now. And then the second part of the question was about the ability to bring in shapefiles. So yeah, we have the ability to bring in shapefiles. Matt can show you how to do that when we're doing the demonstration. And you wanted to know if we could bring in CSVs.
I was asking what other formats can you drop in there, and are you able to determine, is there an indicator as to the size of the data sets that you allow in? And when you do bring the data sets in, if you have 2 or 3, are the icons different for different ones? Anyway, that's kind of a general question.
Matt, do you want to hop in on that one?
Yeah, sure. If you're adding in your own shape file, it has to be a zipped file. It's got to be less than 10 megs, and there's a couple of other criteria. So it can't be like a KMZ. It does have to be a zipped shape file. You can add in a map service. So if you have a map service, that can be added in directly, and that will keep the same symbology. Your shape file, you cannot. I think it's just going to give you points associated with your shape file. And then you can also add in information from the geo platform. So there's kind of 3 ways: the shape file, map service, or the geo platform.
Naomi, I think you're next.
Thank you so much. I had a follow-up question actually to what David was asking just a second ago. So I understood which metrics are done at the block group level and which are some are tracked. But there's still a question for me of, it sounded like, Ty, you were saying that like RMPs or Superfund sites are only the ones that are within the block group, or is there a buffer of a measurement for those like closest to the block group within a certain range?
So what we do for that, Naomi, is that we're looking at the count of that type of facility. So either RMP, Superfund, hazardous waste. We're looking at the count within that block group. And if there are none within that block group, then we look at what is the closest within 5 kilometers. And if it's beyond 5 kilometers, then you just get a 0 score.
And so why 5 kilometers? Why was that choice made?
That choice was made a long time ago, and I don't remember why we chose 5 kilometers, but I think that felt like about the right distance that you might not have any real impacts, from Superfund. I guess there could be some water impacts beyond 5 kilometers, but generally speaking, we felt like that would be about the right distance. And it's also a question of calculating, if we were trying to calculate every single place, it could get a little bit more heavy on our calculating.
Okay, and then sorry, just to go back once more. So when you do if there's nothing in the block group and you do the, search out to 5 kilometers, is that from a centroid, or is that a buffer of the polygon of the block group?
Sorry, one more time on the question.
So you said that you would have like a buffer of 5 kilometers to search for other Superfund sites, right? If there are none in the block group. Is that right?
Yes. Matt, did I get that right?
I think I understand the
though.
question, although I'm not totally sure on the answer. I think it's taking the centroid of the census block and then taking putting a 5-mile buffer around that. But I have to double check the technical document on that one.
Okay, I guess, I'm interested in the answer, and I'm also interested in what happens then if you have a line feature or something that's not, that overlaps several block groups, right? So anyway, I'd love to follow up with y'all on that.
Okay.
But then my other question is about the sea level rise metric. So that seems like a really complicated thing to add in, and I noticed, so just now I tried to access it and it's like not available, it's not working. So I couldn't quite figure out, is that something that y'all consulted with NOAA on for, like, some of their future sea level rise projections, or is it like, what kind of modeling or data is that based on? And like, how much are you speaking with NOAA about it?
So with the sea level rise data, we have a bunch of climate experts within the agency, and we talked to them a whole lot about it before we built it in. We built in 1 to 6 feet of sea level rise. We're obviously using NOAA data for that. We also built in language about, why we had considered 1 to 6 feet. And what the estimates are for like 2050. We had thought about just, building in a single layer that this is what it could be in 2050. But the climate folks felt like it was more important to give people the ability to look at different levels of sea level rise. Obviously, with us being a community tool, there's a lot better tools out there for looking at sea level rise than EJ Screen. But ours is just kind of a starting point. And, I think that we usually recommend to people, if you really want to get into sea level rise, you should hop onto some of the NOAA tools, because they're going to do a little better job than what we would do. But it gives us a good starting point for looking at this.
I see. Okay. So I guess the one thing then that comes to mind is that it's not very intuitive for even climate scientists, right, to say like which 1 foot to 6 foot to use. So, having something that's more like, high, medium, low scenarios, is that we're more familiar with that kind of like language, right? So that's all. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So before jumping to the next question, just wanted to let everyone know, all the panel members, that if you have follow-up questions or follow-up, there are questions for Ty and Matt that they want to go back and just provide more information to the panel, that's fine. I can gather all of that information and distribute it to the panel. So we can definitely talk about that during next steps. What's the best way? But there's definitely a possibility to do that. I believe, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for field noise questions. This is Quinn Carr from Minnesota. One thing I saw in the presentation was about the threshold maps, and you said it's user-defined thresholds, and that this is supposed to be an initial step towards examining cumulative impacts. Can you just explain that a little more? Like maybe why it's user-defined, or just want a little more clarity around that. Thanks.
So I would say that when we get into an actual demonstration of the tool, I think that would probably help a lot more than me just talking about it. So Matt can do a demonstration of that. But the reason I say it's an initial step towards looking at cumulative impacts is, or maybe it's more of a cumulative view than cumulative impacts. It's because you can look across all 12 of those EJ indexes at once rather than just looking at one at a time. So you can see where we're having like, 6 of those EJ indexes above the 90th percentile rather than just looking at like, where there's one above the 80th percentile. So, that's for us, I think it is a big addition. But I think when Matt demonstrates that, I think you'll get a better understanding of it.
Yeah, that's a good addition. Thanks.
Ashish?
Yeah. So I have 2 questions. First is related to climate data. How do you identify potential candidates for climate data? Because I see one of the data coming out from a foundation. And the second is for the environmental justice, I think, how do you account for heat or temperature?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second question.
So how do you account for heat or temperature?
Okay, so in terms of how we come up with climate data sets, we're working with our climate experts at the agency and talking to them about, what is the best climate data out there. Obviously, we're limited by which data sets have that national coverage. A lot of the climate data sets are not relevant for all locations in the country. That's kind of the crux of climate data. Sometimes it's just very regionally specific. So we rely a lot on those climate experts from the agency in terms of how we identify it. We also brought in someone from NOAA that worked with our office for a year and helped us sort through, as we were developing these climate indicators, what we could be building into the tool. We obviously work with other federal agencies on that. And then in terms of heat data, we're actually going to build in a data set on extreme heat when we update the tool in this spring. So that's also going to be from First Street Foundation. And, that First Street Foundation is actually really, really good data. I think the head of the First Street Foundation used to be the chief information officer for NOAA. And, after he left, he started doing some of the things that he couldn't do as NOAA, as a federal employee, bringing together some of those data sets in a way that was more useful for a lot of communities and folks outside.
It would be great if you can add how, especially non-public sources of data sets are coming in and what methodology are they taking to create the data set.
Okay, that's a good point. And yeah, we'll look at how we can do that. Tim?
Yeah, thanks. The tool is amazing. I remember using it several years ago, and the development, just the increased functionality is really impressive. And I was thinking about along the lines of what Ashish just talked about was other, like, have you thought of other environmental indicators? Like, I know, if you think about the environmental justice literature, there's a big focus on parks and green space. The other one, heat, came to mind. So it's great to hear you're using, I was going to mention the First Street Foundation, since you're using other First Street Foundation data sets, the heat data set they have, but also potentially maybe noise. There's the National Transportation Noise Mapping tool. I know for traffic noise, you have that traffic proximity and volume measure. It's probably quite similar, the pattern you'd see with a noise metric. But there's also aviation noise and rail noise that are in that data set. The parks one, I know the Trust for Public Land has something called Park Serve and Maintain that's a national data set on parks. And I just wonder if that's something that might be looked at in the future as well. Those are just ones that came to mind right away that I feel like there's definitely environmental justice literature that would justify inclusion. And then the other question I had was more about, we've talked a lot about uses of EJ so far, and you had the end of the presentation was great, and it is amazing how many uses there are. And I actually, and the backstory on this is I'm going to paste right now what I found on the website in terms of the uses, the statement about uses. And I'm just wondering if it might be, and I don't know if this is your domain exactly, but it might be useful to provide even clearer language about what are appropriate and inappropriate uses of EJ Screen. I did some testimony for a community that was in Arizona, and this community was, there's a natural gas power plant there. It's a historically Black community. It's in rural part of Arizona, Pinal County. The generating facility provides power to Phoenix. It doesn't even serve the community. They were seeking to expand operations there. And so I testified on behalf of the community as someone with like environmental justice knowledge. And what was interesting is that Salt River Project, the industry organization was seeking to expand the facility, apparently brought in to testify someone who was using EJ Screen to try to make the argument that this community was not an environmental justice community. And I know that's an inappropriate use, but what my concern was is that without any explicit statement on about that being an inappropriate use, I don't know how easy it is to intervene in the legal process, like to have that not impact the legal process. So when I found out that testimony was occurring, I was like, oh my goodness, you should be using it for that. But apparently they did. And I'm not privy to the testimony, but that's just something that ever since I found that out, I was a little bit, I found it disconcerting.
Yeah, that's definitely problematic. And I think on that page that you pasted, it says, very clearly that, EJ Screen doesn't determine the existence or absence of EJ concerns in the community. That's one of the things that we talk about all the time. But I think that is an important thing to keep highlighting. In terms of the parks, we do have parks data in the EJ Screen. We don't have anything like a parks. I know there's what is the park count? There's a park proximity tool, I believe, that's out there, but we have just the parks data in our places data set, so you can overlay where there are green spaces and parks in the tool. But that's all noted, and there really are such a wealth of other data sets out there, but we try to keep EJ Screen pretty focused on the environmental side of things as well. And we don't want it to become one tool for everything. That helps, Tim.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Yeah, the metric I was thinking of, just park area per capita, it's something that people have really documented pretty clear trends on in the EJ literature.
Marjorie?
Yeah, thanks you very much for the presentation and answering all these questions. You're doing a great job. So I had a question a little bit different on the health indicators. And I noticed, obviously, you have the 3 health indicators, the low life expectancy, heart disease, and asthma. So my question is really how those 3 were selected. And also, they're all adult indicators. So I'm wondering if you had any consideration of indicators for children's health.
We would love to have, so they're selected basically by what is available through the CDC Places data sets. I can paste the link in for the CDC Places data sets. They don't have anything on just children because, we would love to have asthma in children. That's a big concern, but we just have that general asthma. The data is not there at a fine resolution for the entire country. So we based it on, some of the factors that we felt were the most important based on what they had. That said, we're planning to expand those health data sets in coming years. There's some other things in there that could be really important, things like obesity, cancer, other things like that we're considering adding in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's great. I think that's really going to be helpful. Thank you.
Yes. And Matt, hop in and answer some of these questions. I feel like there's too much of me talking.
But you're doing such a good job. No.
I just want to let you know that we also have a question from the public that I can ask after James.
Okay.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. The charge questions that I'm focusing on for this process have to do with cumulative impacts. And so I had a couple of sort of introductory questions about that, and I'm sure there'll be others later. So one is there a convenient place where you could point us, or in the technical documentation, to the source of each of these indicator data sets, and also where it's included, what their level of geography is? Because if you're mixing data at different levels of geography, I know you want to go down to block groups, but some of this data is not available at the block group, and so that would be problematic. And the second question I have is, I am not sure, but I don't see indicators that relate to EPA's RISI or RISI data and analysis, which is very high quality data. And I don't see anything from the TRI. And I thought that it was curious that the TRI is not included, but say Superfund sites are. So could you comment on those questions?
Sure. So that in terms of RISI data, that is something that we had considered building in for a long time. There is a lot of overlap between the RISI data and the air toxics data. And so we had some questions to work out about that. However, we are hopefully building in the RISI data into EJ Screen this spring when we update the tool. We're going to be building in the RISI air micro data. And, so we're working with the TRI program and the RISI folks right now to actually get that data updated to the 2020 census boundaries. But yeah, that's one of those things that we've been working on for a while, and I'm pretty excited about us being able to build that in. So that was a great question and perfect timing.
And then just to follow up on that, so air toxics cancer risk and air toxics respiratory hazard, that comes from the National Air Toxics Assessment?
Yes, it does.
So is that at the block group level?
No, that's track level as well.
Okay, so that information would be very useful to those of us who are looking at the cumulative impacts angle of this.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just a quick clarification, we do have the RISI scores in EJ Screen currently. It's in, I can show it during the live demo also, but it's in the Places tab in the other environmental data category.
Yeah, and we do need to move on to the live demo to stay on schedule. So save your other questions when we get there, or even after the break when the charge questions are presented. So I'm going to cover one question that we have from a member of the public. This is from Haley, who's asking Ty or Matt, can you give us information on how we can calculate a composite EJ score at the census tract level, I guess, or block group level?
When you figure that out, let us know.
Yeah, right now we don't have the ability to create a composite score in EJ Screen. The science behind how you combine all of these different environmental indicators together into one score is a little bit complicated. And we've done a lot of research on how it's been done in other tools like CalEnviroScreen. But we have not, as an agency, said that is the way to do it. So, we don't actually combine and give like one environmental score or one EJ score for every place. And that's part of what we wanted to talk with you all about. So.
Okay, I think it's Matthew's turn for the live demonstration. Thanks.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you for your questions. And hopefully, what's going on? Here we go. All right. Hopefully I can answer any remaining questions or help provide some clarity during the live demo. So I will try to keep us on schedule here also, but I might go a little bit past 3:15 just for planning purposes. So this is EJ Screen 2.11. This is the newest version of the tool. For those of you who haven't visited EJ Screen in a couple of updates, we have updated the user interface. That's why we are now in the 2.0 series. So you may notice that the elimination of the blue toolbar that was up at the top here. And now we have housed all the EJ Screen data in this table of contents here on the left. The table of contents we have split into 4 tabs. So we have our Maps tab, our Places tab, our Reports tab, and then our Tools tab. And I'm going to go through all of these. But the place that kind of most people start, and when you open up EJ Screen, is your Maps tab. We have our Maps tab divided into several different categories of data sets, most of which Ty went over in the training. So we have our EJ indices, our supplemental indices, and then down the line. But as Ty mentioned, and let me just get this Zoom thing out of the way here. If you know how to use EJ, or if you know how to use Google Earth, you can hopefully figure out how to use EJ Screen. You can type your area of interest into the search bar. This can be as general as a city or a state, or as specific as a lat long. In this case, I'm going to start in Jackson, Mississippi. And one of the first and kind of easiest things you can do with EJ Screen is, let's just say you wanted to look at the geographic distribution of, let's say, people of color in Jackson, Mississippi. You can go into the socioeconomic indicators tab and look at people of color. And you can actually see then in percentile format where the people of color are located in and around Jackson. And you can see from the map that Jackson is obviously a very segregated city. And each one of these color-coded polygons here is a census block group. Again, this is the most defined unit for which the Census Bureau releases detailed demographics. And one of the really nice things about EJ Screen is that you can zoom into these areas. You can actually click on your block group in question, and it's going to give you information on the population of the block group, and then also some basic information on the socioeconomic information that is available. So it's a really nice kind of quick and easy way to get, in this case, some basic socioeconomic information on your area of interest. Likewise, if you wanted to look at, the geographic distribution of low-income populations in Jackson, and you can see, let's see if this zooms back in. Here we go. You can see how that is obviously much different than the geographic distribution of people of color. So that's one of the kind of the easiest layers to explain, or the categories of layers to explain within EJ Screen. But you can also look at either those EJ indices or those supplemental indices. And as Ty mentioned, these EJ indices are a combination of the single environmental indicator you see here, all 12, one of the 12 of them, with the demographic index. And for the EJ index, that demographic index is simply low income plus % people of color. And again, with the environmental indicator. So if we looked at, RMP proximity, you can see the areas in and around Jackson that have both the most RMP facility proximity and vulnerable populations in terms of people of color and low income populations. And you can look at, this for any of the different EJ indices and kind of see how they change. One of the really nice new features to EJ Screen is the addition of the supplemental indices. And if you look at, those traditional EJ indices in a place like Huntington, West Virginia, or in some of even your more rural areas, doesn't even have to be, a city, but a lot of them in your rural areas, these supplemental indices do offer a different perspective on vulnerability. So, traditionally in this area of West Virginia, not a lot of people of color. And you can see that the area is not being heavily highlighted with your traditional EJ indices. And again, I'm looking at the RMP facility proximity. If we go into that same exact environmental indicator, but with the supplemental indices, again, which offer that 5-factor demographic index, we can see how much the map changes. And this is one of the really nice things that we feel, that different perspective that those supplemental indices offer. Whereas when you're looking at your traditional, EJ indices, the area is certainly being highlighted as having potentially vulnerable populations and environmental burdens present, but you can also see, how different it is when you look at some different aspects of vulnerability. So we're really happy with these new supplemental indices, especially with the areas they are highlighting, in terms of your more rural areas, and especially in again, and some of your more rural states. Likewise, as I mentioned, and I'm not going to go through every single indicator here, you can look at the pollution and sources indicators on their own if you want to, without the demographic information. But one of the things you can also do is look at the newish health data that we have. And if you wanted to see, heart disease in the area, and you can see the area, in and around Western West Virginia and Eastern Kentucky, the Appalachia region, has some of the highest amounts of heart disease or highest prevalence of heart disease in the nation. And then, again, and you can do that for all of the different health indicators. While we're in this area, I did want to highlight some of the climate data that we have, and we've been talking about that First Street data. We've had drought in the tool for a while. We've had the coastal flood hazard. We've had the 100-year floodplain, and modeled 1 through 6 foot sea level rise, as we've discussed. But two of the newer indicators from the First Street Foundation are the wildfire risk and the flood risk. And if we look at this area, for the flood risk, for example, we know those areas in Eastern Kentucky, and it's going to take a second for it to load because this is such a large data set. But we know those areas in Eastern Kentucky, were devastated by floods last summer. And you can see those areas being highlighted within the tool. And this entire area of Appalachia having some of the highest flood risk in the nation. And one of the things that I really like about the First Street data, and it's taken a second to load here, so bear with it, but this First Street data in terms of both the wildfire risk and flood risk is looking at risk to property. And we feel from an EJ perspective, this is extraordinarily beneficial because it's focusing on where people are actually located. So you'll see here that the national forests are not being highlighted by the tool, by this particular indicator. And it's not that there's not flood risk here. Obviously, these areas are going to be, prone to flooding just as much as these areas. It's just that nobody lives in the national forests or in these areas. So again, I think these are really nice layers because they're focusing on the risk to property, in terms of where people are actually living. While we are on, oops. Let me just refresh the tool here. I don't know why that was not working. While we are talking about some climate, one of the things that I do want to showcase, and Ty did mention, is that we do have new data on the territories. So for the first time ever in EJ Screen, you can go to, some of the US territories. In this case, this is St. Croix and the Virgin Islands, and look again where the geographic distribution of low-income populations are. One of the things I should have noted is that this information is only comparable at the state level, recognizing that these, of course, are not states, but it's not looking at the national comparison. So if you want to look at the Virgin Islands, you're going to be comparing the Virgin Islands to the Virgin Islands. So any of the territory data, you do have to compare at the state level. If you try to do it at the national level, you're going to get that cross-hatching that you just saw. So again, this is really nice and powerful information to have in EJ Screen, and it's something that have been absent from the tool, but that people have been requesting forever. And it's not just the socioeconomic or demographic data. We do have various amounts of EJ indices and supplemental indices associated with the territories as well. And, so you can come in here and, for example, you can see this is the Lime Tree Bay facility that some of you may be familiar with, in St. Croix, and you can see the proximity to vulnerable populations in and around that facility. And actually, one of the things you can do is look at the aerial view and see, the actual footprint of that, mammoth facility in proximity to the community. So again, this is, this addition of the territory data is a huge enhancement to the tool. Moving right along, another aspect I wanted to show is the new threshold maps. I am going to go to a place that probably you all have heard about in the news recently. East Palestine, Ohio, obviously is the site of the train derailment. And one of the things you can do in EJ Screen is now look at these threshold maps. The threshold map, if you click on that layer, it opens up a new threshold map widget. And one of the things you can do in the widget is that, before, when you were looking at, at an area, you were limited to looking at, each one of these indices one at a time. So if you wanted to look at, hazardous waste proximity, for example, you could only look at that layer at, at one at a time. Then you went to, RMP facility. You couldn't look across the indices. With the addition of the threshold map widget, it allows you to look across the indices. And this is where Ty was talking about that kind of user customization. So in this case, let's say you wanted to look at the supplemental indices, compare them to the national averages. And in this case, maybe you wanted to look at, areas in and around East Palestine where one or more of the supplemental indices is at or above, let's say, the 90th percentile. You can add that to the map, and it's going to load here. And you can actually see that there is a block group in East Palestine that is being highlighted, by the tool as having one or more of the supplemental indices at or above the 90th percentile. So again, this is a really nice way, this threshold widget, to again look across all the indices rather than toggling on and off 12 or 24 even different indices, one at a time. You can then click on the actual census block group in question, and it's going to give you the information in percentile format on that particular block group. And we really feel like this is, this East Palestine example is one of, in my opinion, the really beneficial aspects of using block group level data. These are the communities, the smaller communities that are completely averaged out when you're looking at census tract level data. So for example, we've talked about that climate and economic justice screening tool by CGIS, the CGIS tool that was released by CEQ. They're using census tract level data. If you add in the Justice 40 communities, right, from CGIS, you can see that the East Palestine community is not being highlighted, right? Some of the census tracts around the community are being highlighted as disadvantaged, but that particular community is not. And that, again, is because of the granularity that block group level data offers you. I think this particular block group has, 1,400 people in it, or maybe even only 800 people in it. but it's something like 92% low income. And again, these are the vulnerable populations that are diluted out or averaged out when you use census tract level data rather than that block group level data. So we recognize that the margins of error are certainly higher when you use block group level data, but I think especially from an EJ perspective, where we feel that EJ issues are inherently local, we should be utilizing the most localized data available, and this is that block group level data. So that is a really nice way to look at the data is through this threshold map widget. Moving along here, I'm going to go right down the street from me in Camden, New Jersey, and show off some of the other aspects of the tool besides in the Maps tab. So if we look at the Places tab, one of the things you can do is, I showed the Justice 40 communities, but you can also add in the EPA regulated facilities. You can look at, let's say, the Superfund sites, and you can see, there's 2 Superfund sites in the city of Camden. You can actually click on those Superfund sites. It's going to open up a table. You can get information on that particular site, including the community involvement coordinator, etc. But one of the nice things about EJ Screen is that then you can use this facility data in conjunction with, let's say you're a community involvement coordinator and you're looking to do some outreach around these sites. Well, one of the first things you might want to do is look at where are the limited English speaking households, located in and around Camden. And in this case, I'm going to go to the national percentiles, and you can see, there are several communities or several block groups in close proximity to the site that are in the 95th to 100th percentile for limited English speaking. So this might be where you then come in, and now that you've kind of localized or honed in on a particular block group, maybe this is a block group that you want to generate an EJ Screen report on. So you can always look at the maps as as the different layers in the tool. But one of the nice things and one of the most common uses of the tool is that people generate reports. So in the Reports tab, you can choose, in this case, I'm going to select the block group, can actually click this block group, and you can either explore the reports. It's going to open up the tab, a table or a window right in the web app, and you can look at how the EJ indice information is at the national and state level. But then you can also get a PDF, a printable standard report. I actually have this preloaded, and you can see, this is going to give you for that particular block group in question, there's 2,100 people in there. You're looking at a very refined geographic area, 0.2 of a square mile. And then you can see all your EJ index information in a tabular format, in bar graph format. On the second page of your report is your raw environmental and demographic information. And in this case, you can actually see we're looking at limited English speaking is 25%. So a quarter of this community is limited English speaking at home. And so we're going to come back to this in a second, but then also newly updated for the reports as of literally last week, we have actually also now incorporated in the supplemental indices into the report. So we have those supplemental indices built in, which is a really nice new feature. But going back, again, we were looking at limited English speaking. Another option of a report that you can have is this ACS report, the American Community Survey report. This is going to give you some more detailed demographics. I have this preloaded. Zoom in here a little bit, but you can see, 99% people of color in this particular block group. It's going to give you a breakdown by race. You can see 49% Hispanic. And actually on the third page of this report, it's going to give you a breakdown of the linguistically isolated households. And you can see in this particular block group, 100% of the linguistically isolated households are speaking Spanish. So obviously, if you are that community involvement coordinator, you need to, have your documents translated, have a translator available at your community meeting. EJ Screen can kind of help you do your pre-homework. As Ty mentioned, we totally recognize that these block groups are quasi-political boundaries that, communities barely recognize, pollution sources certainly don't recognize. So we allow the user themselves to define your area of interest. If you know where your facility is, right? Your Superfund site, you can drop a pin on that facility, put a 1 mile buffer, a 3 mile buffer, a half mile buffer around that area and generate a report on that area. You can, if you know the plume of pollution coming off the Superfund site, you could actually draw that plume of pollution. And obviously I'm making this up, but you could draw that plume of pollution and generate a report based on that area. Likewise, let's say there was a discharge coming down the Delaware River, which there actually just was. It was a little north of here, but it impacted, was potentially impacting Philly drinking water. It didn't end up impacting it. But you could trace that actual discharge. And if it went a mile downstream, you could put a 2 mile buffer around that path. And generate your information on that area as well. So you're by no means limited to, again, these quasi-political boundaries, though they are a really nice starting point for information. And I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to really quickly go into the Tools tab, just show you, again, we did talk about how, there's a ton of really powerful data sets in here, but it's not everything, right? We recognize we can't build everything into EJ Screen. We don't want to build everything into it. It's going to be too overwhelming. So that's where we allow the user to bring in their own data. So we talked about, you can bring in your own shapefile directly from your PC right into the tool, and see your layer available, on the screen. Likewise, oh, did I just get logged out? Oh,
Yes,
Now
Matt,
you're back.
You're back
No.
now.
you're back, but not the tool, not the demo.
Sorry about that. Huh. I don't know why that's not showing, but one of the things you can do is search the geo platform. We don't have redlining in the tool right now. We will be updating that in the end of May, but you could actually bring in the old redlining data. And then also, if your data is available as a map service, you can bring that right into the tool. So in the essence of time, I'm going to pause there, and I guess we'll see if there's any other questions, but I think it's time for a break.
Thank you, Matthew, for the demonstration. I think since we're a little behind schedule, this is a good time for a break, and we can do the questions on the demonstration after the break. Does that make sense, Zaida?
Yes, makes sense.
Okay, so I think we can take a 10-minute break, right? Or 9-minute break and resume at 3:35 Eastern time. And Frank, if you could start your clock so that we are back here around 3:35 Eastern time. And after the break, of course, Matthew will take questions, and after that, we're going to have the presentation of charge questions. So see you all after the break. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Frank. Dr. Chakraborty, I think we're ready to continue.
Okay, welcome back everyone from the break. Thanks, Frank, for keeping track of time. And I think I'm going to turn it over to Matthew again. And this is the time for the panel members to ask clarifying questions once again. Again, we are not having a discussion or deliberation, as a group, but individual clarifying questions. I think this is the time on the demonstration you just saw, or as well as the presentation from earlier today.
I have a quick question. So will we also get a demonstration of how the maps were before the new calculations were done, or we will not? Because I think that might help us do a comparative analysis of the new calculations and the old one.
So we don't have the old maps on an existing interface. One of the things we do have, if you wanted to do a comparison, would be we have the old data on an FTP site, but you couldn't do a comparison of like EJ Screen 1.0 to 2.1 within the mapping tool right now.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's environmental justice is such a delicate topic. It's really helpful if you look at visually what those calculations really mean over those communities, specifically if you know those regions by yourself, living there as members of the communities, to see, okay, does those calculations, even though mathematically they might look sound, but are they providing a lot more meaningful assessment?
Mm-hmm. One of the things we've always thought about adding into EJ Screen was almost like how in Google Earth you can go like back in time and see how the visual changes and go back to like EJ Screen 1.0 and see the data from that version. We haven't figured out exactly how to do that. It's not that easy. Also, I mean, the boundaries change of the census geographies, but that is something we've considered.
Sorry, to build up on that. We have been talking to a lot of communities here in the Chicago region, and maybe this could be a time to share that. The communities have been struggling as EJ map shows they're vulnerable, say, for example. The other maps show they are not. So I think it's becoming a little bit confusing for the communities themselves to figure out, okay, are they vulnerable or not? And how do they request federal dollars coming in from EPA grants, for example, and they need to justify they're vulnerable or not. So I think that consistency is missing, and I think how we as a team can look at it and maybe address some issues for it, I think that would be helpful.
Matt, do you have a specific question from Dr. Konowski on the chat?
Yeah,
which is related to.
I'm going to find that.
I'll get it, Matt, while you're answering the questions.
Ted is next.
Yeah, my question was about the fire proximity and your example of the national, I think you were in Kentucky when you showed that. When you say proximity to homes, I think was what you were talking about. Is there some sort of like proxy for like home valuation? I'm thinking because when you're comparing and contrasting like the area of Kentucky you were talking about versus like a second or third home in California, like how do we account for those differences? Not to say that that's right or wrong, but there's clear differences in evaluation of these things.
Yeah, and I think that layer is just looking at proximity to property. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a home, I don't think. It could be even like a physical structure like a business. But you bring up a good point. I mean, the National Risk Index, for example, they do bring in property value. And from an EJ perspective, that that's an interesting concept, because obviously as the property value goes up, so does the homeowner can do more about it than the more vulnerable populations. So from an EJ perspective, I don't know if the value of the home should be incorporated into the risk.
Right.
Anyone else before I ask my question? Something I wanted to find out, and I'm not sure if I've asked either Ty or Matthew this before, but your threshold maps kind of reminded me of, for certain environmental indicators like air pollution. Have you thought about, or did you consider at any stage you looking at an option for viewing the current EPA standards? The current EPA standards for say PM 2.5 or ozone, a way of comparing that, whether or not a certain block group exceeds that threshold or current national standard or something like that. Just curious.
I'll hop in here and say, so within EJ Screen, we do map out everything as percentiles, which is great and very helpful for a lot of things, but it doesn't show areas that are like in exceedance of those national standards. We do have in our Places tab the ability to pull in areas that are out of exceedance, and Matt can show you that in the demonstration if you need. But that is one way we do it. We have been talking with the Office of Air about how we could actually incorporate those national standards into our percentiles-based mapping as well, because those are the places that we primarily care about. So yes, that's a good point.
And just to follow up real quickly, and I forgot to mention this in the live demo, but in that Places tab, in the other environmental data, here's the RISI scores, and then also, as Ty was mentioning, the non-Cayman layer. David, I think you're up.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank you, Ty, for putting in that, I don't know why there's an echo, putting in that FTP site. That's great. I guess I had a follow-up question, kind of to build on what Ashish was asking. If we were to look at those years of data and to try to get a sense of where calculations are now different from the last version of EJ Screen, that's sort of reflecting the changes you have made, which of those years of data would be the best comparisons to make? The most recent with what? How far back do we go?
So the most recent data set, the 2022 data set, is when we made the calculation changes. So the 2021 data set would be using our old calculations. The only problem is that they're also using different environmental and demographic numbers because it's not, because we ran them with the new calculations. So you can't really just take the old and look at them and compare it to the new ones and say, well, this looks different, because also the numbers behind it are different.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Annie's next.
Trying to find my mute here and my question. Can you clarify and describe again how those point sources, like the Superfund proximity, is calculated? And then the distinction when you have that Superfund proximity, because I wasn't, when you went through the demo, between when you have the US and then compare to the state, and how you go about, is that calculated differently? Does that question make sense?
So let me see. I'm gonna, for the Superfund and all the proximity ones, I'm gonna point y'all to the technical document that's got all the data in it, and it will be able to explain it way better than I can.
Okay.
But yeah, let me pop that in the chat. And then what? And I'm sorry, can you explain? Repeat the question on this national versus state comparisons?
Yeah. So if you pull up, so if I'm looking at, say, for example, the EJ indices, and I turn on Superfund proximity, and I have compare to state, and then I select the radio button next to compare to US, and it changes. The map changes. Those calculations are described in the technical documentation. Is that correct?
Yes, but the calculation is the same, except it's comparing it to the national values if you're looking at the national comparison, or the state value if you're looking at the state level. But yeah, the calculation itself is the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, this is Ari. For some reason, I can't raise my hand. I don't know what's going on with my computer. But Matt, were you saying, I know everything's in percentile, but I think you pulled up a report where you could actually see the raw data right next to the percentile. Can you just show me where that was again? So it would be like the cancer risk for the, I don't know. I think the example you had was English, Spanish speaking was the example you did, but I'm curious about the environmental.
So exactly. So for cancer risk, you know what, let me see here. Okay, let me show you where the best spot is. Do I still have these reports up here? Oh, they're up here. The Zoom screen is in the way. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, so here is a report. This is giving you the percentile data, obviously for the EJ indices. But on the second, actually, it's now on the third page of that report, is giving you the raw pollution or environmental data sets as well. So it's giving you the raw value. You know, if PM 2.5 at 9.1 means something to you. But it's also then giving you in the percentile format. And then you can also see percentile in the state or the percentile in the US. And that's going to be for any of your environmental or demographic socioeconomic indicators. You can get the raw value as well as the percentile value.
Okay, great.
And that's not just available in the reports. You can also look at the maps themselves of just the environmental indicator if you wanted to. So you, in the pollution and sources, you could just look at, let's say, you know, pre-1960 housing in terms of lead paint.
I think we have a question from Veronica.
My question is actually not about the EJ screen per se as a tool. It was more about, there has been a lot of questions and a lot of links that have been put in the chat. And maybe I'm revealing my bad Zoom expertise, but you know, I can click on these links right now and keep them in my Google Chrome, but once the meeting is over, I'm afraid about all these resources. And so we haven't been given really much material that we can read upon to prepare for the answering the charge question. Is all this material that has been provided in the chat being made available to us after today's meeting so that we can prepare ourselves to answer the question and not just go off memory?
Yes, so great question, Dr. Girl. So all these links will be added to the meeting minutes. Some of these links are also from the technical document, so that have been posted on the SAB website. But we can definitely provide it to the panel members as well as the links. So I have been saving all the links, so the links will be available for the panel members in the future and also posted on the website.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And just like to add to that, Zaid, what Zaida has said, that there was a document shared called EJ Screen Charge Questions, right? That contains also some of these links in terms of the log of changes and the link to the technical documentation also, which Ty shared with us. So I think the charge questions documents in the background information, you'll find some of those already. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Chakraborty. Indeed, so the charge questions have links incorporated into, almost embedded there, and some of the documents are there as well. But just for the purposes of, clarity for everyone, I will be sharing all the links that have been shared here today in the chat. Thank you.
Any other questions, Dad?
Yeah, I have two more quick questions. One is, and I'm not sure if it was in there, but there was something when I asked about the question about the vintage of the data, there was something about the model wastewater data or that you have in your tool. And does that account for like someone who lives in Cleveland with a lot of them combined sewer overflows, the ubiquity of combined sewer overflows in urban areas? That's my one question, is CSO involvement in this? And then the other question is there somewhere on this tool like a data download tab where people can download raw data sets or even clip data from polygons they've developed?
So I'll jump in, Ted. So in terms of the CSOs, we don't include the CSOs in that wastewater discharge indicator. That's looking at the facilities with the permitted discharges. Obviously CSOs would be a really great addition. There's not like standardized ways of measuring that. I don't know. It's something that we would be interested in, and we're looking and working with Office of Water within EPA at trying to expand our water-related data sets. So I think we're hoping to have some new water-related data sets in there soon. But CSOs isn't one of the ones that's at the top of the list right now. And then the second question was about, I'm sorry,
data download tab, or the ability to like clip data sets in a given geography.
So I'm going to show you real quick. Well, on the website, if you just go to the EJ Screen website at the in the technical information, you can go to download EJ Screen data. And that will take you to either the map services, or you can actually go to that FTP site, which we've popped into the chat, and you can see all the different years of the data. 2022 data is all in there. So you could download the raw data that way. In terms of clipping data in the actual tool, you really can't do that, with the exception of in the new threshold map widget. The contractors did just allow the capability to, if you wanted to look at the EJ indices at the national, level at or above, let's say the 90th percentile, if you add that to the map, that's going to show you those different block groups. And you can actually see here 57,000 block groups in the United States meet that particular threshold. And Oh, it's not working. It says loading right here. So I guess it's not working at the moment, but what should happen is that you could then download that subset of block groups that met your criteria. For some reason, it's not loading here, but it should be available in a CSV file where you could see, you know, show me all of them that are at or above the 80th percentile, for example, and you could download that. So I can see if, let me reload and see if it'll pop up. But the contractors did just add that last week, so there might be a glitch.
Thank you.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, we should move forward
That's
to
not
the next item on the agenda, where you'll see a presentation of the 16 charge questions for us that have been organized into those 5 topic categories we briefly discussed last time. And I think the way this is going to work is we're going to take clarifying questions from panel members, of course, but after each category. So we're going to proceed category by category. Yeah, there are 5 topic categories, and you know that's how the questions have been organized for us. Thanks. And it will be Ty or Matthew.
Maybe we'll just take turns doing slides so that one of us isn't talking the whole time. So did you want us to just read out each individual question, Jay, and then?
Sure. Yeah, just briefly, and then we'll see if there are clarifying questions for each of
Okay.
for this one. Yeah, category 1. Yeah.
Okay, so the first category is on the scientific defensibility and logic behind the EJ screen calculations. The first question is on the EJ and supplemental indexes. So the EJ and supplemental indexes are designed to examine the intersection of environmental pollution and community vulnerability. Please comment on whether the calculations achieve this goal of using a method that is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. Do you have any specific suggestions on how to improve the calculations? Should I just read through all of them, Jay, or?
Yeah, sure. And we'll take questions then after the 4th one. Yeah.
Okay. Question number 2. The EJ and supplemental indexes are designed to examine the intersection of environmental pollution and community vulnerability. Please comment on whether the calculations produce intuitive and expected results towards that goal. Question number 3. EJ screen combines environmental and socioeconomic information into EJ and supplemental indexes to examine the intersection of vulnerable communities and pollution. Please comment on whether the use of both EJ and supplemental indexes in EJ screen is logical, whether the differences between these indices are clearly documented, and whether the documentation clearly indicates why both of these indices are used in the tool. Question number 4. Please comment on whether the EJ and supplemental index calculations use an appropriate balance of socioeconomic and environmental considerations in the equations. Do you have recommendations on how they could be improved? And I'll stop there and take questions.
Any questions from any panel members?
I'm trying to find my unmute. This is Ann from North Dakota DEQ. I just have a question when it comes to the calculations. Is there any plans to indicate on the mapping tool itself? It is indicated in the technical documentation, but is there any plans to indicate whether it's modeled data versus data flows from the states that have been QA/QC'd by the states before it goes into the EPA databases? And then I also put a question in the chat, so I just don't forget it. But a number of times you've mentioned the plans for updates. Is there someplace on the EJ Screen website where those future update plans are listed. And I apologize if this is not the appropriate time to ask that question.
Well, I can answer those questions, Anne. So in terms of, modeling versus state data, each of the indicators are a little bit different for our environmental data sets. We have links to all of the original data within those, but we don't necessarily pull those in ourselves. Our Office of Air is developing those air data sets. Our Superfund program manages the data sets on where those Superfund locations are. So each of them are done a little bit differently, and you're going to need to go back to look at the original source data for each of those to figure out exactly how those are done, because it's not like there's one way for all of the EJ Screen data. In terms of the updates, we don't have information about a lot of the updates that are coming up on the EJ Screen website. Putting it on the website would kind of commit us to doing that. It's one of those things that we were hoping to get all this done, but it really is about funding, about staff time, and what we're able to get done. So we're trying to get as many of these important changes in right now while we have some funding, while we have more staff power to do that. But it really becomes like when we have the ability, when we have the funding to do it. With that said, if you ever want to have a conversation about like some of the upcoming changes that we're hoping to do, we're happy to share any of that information with you all.
That will be a great, I will say, presentation for the in-person. Something we can add to that if is going to be useful for the panel members.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. So thanks for bringing this up later. I think we have a question from Ashish and then Veronica.
So quick question, maybe since maybe our sub team might look at these more carefully, will the EPA team would be available later on for maybe a Zoom or something if we have more questions?
Thank you for that question. I will take that question from Dr. Sharma. Yes, so there is a possibility, and this is Saya Figueroa, the DFO, to provide what we call needs meeting with the panel members and a few panel members if there are additional questions to for the program office from OEJ, so they can answer those questions in a smaller group, right? Before the in-person meeting. So we can definitely coordinate that if there is a need, or we can also take your questions provided to the program office and they can provide the response. So we can definitely talk that a bit about that during the next steps today. Thank you.
Thanks much. Thank you.
Veronica?
Sorry, I didn't unmute myself. I wanted to ask a little bit more clarity regards with question 2. What does it mean? What do you mean when you say, please comment on whether the calculation produced intuitive and expected results toward the goal? Like, are you asking whether with the supplemental indices, it's really able to flag what are the locations that are at risk, or are there like actual data on the ground? I'm not understanding what it's meant by expected results toward the goal.
Well, I guess when we were writing this question, we wanted to make sure that the areas that are being highlighted by our EJ indexes, by our supplemental indexes, are the correct areas. So, in terms of when we talk about environmental justice, we want that areas with a lot of low-income people, a lot of people of color to be highlighted. And we wanted to make sure that the way that we're doing these calculations, we are highlighting the populations that should be highlighted. So I don't know if that helps answer the question. It's kind of just reiterating it more than.
Yeah, it's just unclear what it means by expected results unless you have data on the ground that can tell you, yes, these identified block groups are really block groups where we've seen this, because some of the data is model data, right? It's not really observed data. So I'm just, unless you have like observational data, I'm not sure how can you tell that it is really the expected results.
Yeah, and I guess that is part of how we would like to answer the question is, does it make sense by the on the ground results? Do you see what the tool is telling you on the ground? So yes, that's part of it.
I think we had a question from David Kuniski.
No, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, nice. Any other questions on the first category of charge questions? If not, I can ask one. I don't see any hands, right? Yeah, I mean, something I've been curious about for a while when I read the technical documentation, the website, and even this slide. I was wondering, is there any particular reason why some of the ACS, population-related indicators, sometimes they're referred to as socioeconomic and sometimes demographic, because the names of the indexes are demographic indexes, but sometimes you refer to them as socioeconomic indicators when they're essentially the same thing, correct? I just wanted to clarify that as well. But the language on this slide, it's socioeconomic, but you're referring to the demographic indicators, right? So just wanted to check that.
So originally we used the language of demographic indicators. We have shifted to using the language of socioeconomic indicators as we built in more economic related indicators. And so that's our preferred language nowadays. We still use the language of demographic index and supplemental demographic index because those are what we had always built into our calculations. But generally speaking, we've shifted our language to using socioeconomic instead of demographic.
So for the report that we are writing in response to this charge question, you want the same language to be consistent, right? Use socioeconomic. Okay.
That would be our preference.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Mm-hmm. Question from James.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to unmute. I also had a similar question about the terminology you're using. So aren't what you are calling environmental pollution indicators really indicators of hazard exposure or risk exposure? And aren't the community vulnerability indicators you're referring to, especially with the supplemental, I mean, age is not socioeconomic. It's it's an individual level biological vulnerability indicator. So again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if we're going to try to do something with cumulative impact, we have to be a little more strategic and, for lack of a better word, correct about how we identify these different metrics and what bin we put them into. That's just a comment. I don't expect an answer, but I think the language is important in terms of where it leads you when you start to do something quantitative or something semi-quantitative.
Thank you for the comment. And these are comments that we would like to get back from the larger work group if there are some recommended changes to the tool in terms of our language or other aspects of it.
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next category.
Okay, so for the next category of questions, we have 3 questions related to the technical accuracy of the EJ Screen methodology. So EJ Screen represents the tool's indices and indicators as percentiles as we've talked about, to show how how a given location compares to the rest of the state or nation. Please comment on whether the methodology for use of percentiles to represent the various scores is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. Next question is, EJ Screen uses buffers to consider the population surrounding a given location. Please comment on whether the methodology for considering affected populations using buffer analyses is logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. Do you have suggestions on how the buffer analysis methodology could be improved? And again, all that is in the technical documentation. And then last for this category is, please comment on whether the EJ Screen website and the technical documentation are clear, are accurate, and transparent. And then do you have any suggestions on how to improve them? Any specific questions related to those 3 charge questions? Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, I don't have any specific questions, but I do like the framing. It makes sure it's logical, clearly articulated, and scientifically defensible. And let's go back to the early comment I made about, of course, there's going to be various end users for this tool, but I want to just emphasize the need of being able to clearly articulate this to community groups who may be using these tools on the ground. And so being able to explain how the indices work and how the percentiles work and why we do that. I would say, from the work that we do with Maryland EJ Screen and some of the other tools, percentiles are a good way to just be able to represent the phenomena, and I think that's good to do. And so I'll be playing some role as a member of this work group and helping with this section. Of course, this is going to be a full committee feedback. I just wanted to emphasize that point. And also the buffers are really important too, but I think being able to explain buffers can be used in different ways. Buffers can be used for good or bad. And so we got to really talk about the limitations of buffers too when we use buffers. So I think it's going to be an important point for our discussion about the buffers are really the limitations of the methodology. And as you said in the last question, number 6, how do you improve that buffer methodology? Because we use them a lot. And it doesn't mean that if you're in that buffer that, you actually are, you may have higher risk. It depends on how wide the buffer is. Are you using kilometers versus, miles? I know we're talking about US system, but then you have zones of impact. What does it mean to be in that zone of impact? If it's a 1 kilometer buffer versus 2 mile, 1 mile buffer, 2 mile buffer, 5 mile buffer. And so I think just really being able to explain that well is going to be important as it relates to the end user, particularly those community groups who may be, using the tool. So just wanted to share just those quick thoughts, and I'll pass the mic.
Michael.
Question on the methodology. In terms of the technical documentation, have you identified what other indices you may have looked at, just so we're not recreating or bringing up issues or things that have already been addressed in other methodologies for like either Callan-Virus screen or any of the other screening tools out there?
That's not really incorporated into the technical document. It's more just what we're using. But that is a good point to talk about what we had prior, considered prior. Yeah, that's a good point.
That may also be a good conversation for that in-person meeting. If you want to go over some of the areas that we have considered and why we ruled them out.
Can I make another? I'm sorry, Jay. Can I jump in one more time?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and number 7, definitely getting back to my earlier point about the user, I didn't say this, but the user usability, the technical documentation, I think definitely doing a review of that, a thorough review, that's gonna be really important because I mean, I've had, colleagues on NEJAC, and that's just, I didn't spell it out earlier, I apologize. The National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, those of you who don't know, is a federal factor that does a lot of the advising to the EPA on recommendations on environmental justice issues. So I was on NEJAC for 6 years, but just in discussions with my NEJAC colleagues about just their issues navigating EJ Screen tool. I know it's been improved, but the user interface component is very important. And then the technical documentation, making sure that is, that question about clear, accurate, and transparent is really, again, important for those community stakeholders. I just want to reemphasize that point. So I think that's a good question for the committee to review, to make sure that, for a certain set of stakeholders, it may be fine. But for the ones on the ground, it's just not like the granularity and getting the data at the ground level right. It has to make sure the tool is really representing what's happening at the ground level, but making sure the people who are at the ground level actually use the tool to see if it's representing what's happening at the ground level, right? So that documentation piece is I think is really important. So I just wanted to co-sign on that, and need for us to do a thorough review to make sure that's actually happening.
Mm-hmm. And it points to the challenges of this, because there's various audiences, right? And like an academic is going to be looking at really technical aspects of the technical document that, the lay user is not ever even going to care about or want to know about. And when they see a 114-page technical document, they're never even going to search it just because it's 114 pages. So yeah, the audiences, there's a wide variety of audiences using this, and it needs to be clear for everybody, which is one of the challenges. One thing I will also mention is that we did just update the technical document to pare it down, so it isn't that huge 114-page document anymore. I think now it's about 50 pages, but there's 50 pages of information that is no longer in there. So we need to make sure that it does have the information that everybody kind of needs. I think it does give the information without being too overwhelming. But that being said, it doesn't have everything that was once in there.
And real quick, Matt, this is just an idea as it relates to like the using icons and the whole pictographs and all that kind of stuff. Is there opportunity in the technical documentation to use more video form? So, people receive information differently. And so having an audio video component could be useful too. So I just wanted to say that. And then also the inclusivity too, right? For different populations who may need to use it, right? So that's a DEI issue and inclusivity when it comes to technical documentation as well.
Yep, good point.
Okay, so we do have time for 2 more clarifying questions. Reginald first, and then Tim.
I wanted to build on what Sikovi mentioned earlier. Well, really, in terms of the buffer, and this question 6 specifically, is the question referring to the actual buffer analysis in terms of how the buffer is developed in the software or in the algorithm, or is it talking about how, now that the buffer has been created around a certain geography, how the all of the indexes and all of the different factors and indicators will be perceived or viewed or calculated within the buffer, or is it both?
It's definitely the first one. I'm not sure that I understood the second portion of that. Ty, did you get that?
I think I did, and I would say it was both.
Yeah, hi. I in general, I think the use of percentiles is great. The only thing that I reflected on was, in a lot of the environmental justice work some people do, it's really focused on a locality. So you're looking sort of almost comparing block groups, for example, within a county or within a metro area. And so the comparison to the state and nation, I think it's great to include those, but sometimes I wonder if some of the metrics the percentiles get washed out due to a lack of a more local comparison. And I think like Camden, I think some of the report you showed for Camden maybe provide an example of that with some of the environmental indicators. I suspect almost all block groups in Camden may be in the 90th percentile or above for some of our environmental indicators. And that may be useful if they're trying to interact with the state or about their issues to highlight, the really high levels of exposure. But I'm just wondering for some of the local questions the community groups may have, if a more local comparison might be useful. Now, I know some counties, small population, rural counties, they may not have enough block groups even to provide that sort of comparison. But, urban areas, metro areas, I was thinking that might be useful.
No, I think you're right on that. One of the futures of EJ Screen that I see is having like that user defined denominator. It's great to have a national and a state level comparison, but like you said, I mean, a lot of these issues are decided at the county level. Like maybe compare them to the block groups to the county or the block groups to the watershed. It doesn't have to be a political boundary. But exactly, going beyond just the national and state comparison level, allowing that user to define the denominator, if you will. I agree completely.
Okay, thanks. I think we can move to the next category now.
All right, I'll take this one. So on this slide, we're asking questions about recommendations on the demographic and environmental considerations in the EJ Screen equations. So question number 8, EJ Screen averages data on low income and people of color to form the demographic index, which is used to create the EJ indexes. The supplemental indexes use an average of data on low income, unemployment, less than high school education, limited English speaking, and low life expectancy to form the supplemental demographic index. Please comment on whether the demographic inputs used in the EJ and supplemental index calculations reflect peer-reviewed literature and current understanding of demographics on environmental justice / vulnerable communities, and if there are any suggested additions, deletions, or other changes on how these two demographic indexes are calculated. Question number 9, please comment on whether the use of an average of the demographic factors in the demographic and supplemental demographic indexes is appropriate and scientifically defensible. Details on the calculations can be found in the EJ Screen technical documentation. Do you have recommendations on how these calculations could be revised to better address the targeted communities? Question number 10, please identify other currently available nationally consistent environmental data sets that are germane to the issues impacting EJ communities, but not yet included in EJ Screen. Please provide input on the efficacy of the current indicators in terms of highlighting issues relevant to EJ communities, as well as feedback on the criteria to ensure future indicators meet this goal and are not duplicative of existing data sets. Are there questions on those? Quinn, I think you're up first.
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, I think I had kind of a few thoughts on things that aren't included, especially like overall, especially water related indicators. Have you all considered looking at like pesticide data, like sampled from the USGS, or just like impaired water bodies? I know that might not be, I'm not sure if that's nationally available, but those definitely stand out. And also like if facilities get compliance and enforcement violations. Have you considered including that as a element like you to be more concerned about, because facilities aren't following the rules and that puts people's health at risk if they're not following regulations. So those ones definitely stood out. I know you have tanks, which is good. That might get at like groundwater threats, but considering like if they're by drinking water might be good as well. So kind of some additional things to just consider for extra data sets. But there's a lot of good information, but just some things to think about. Thanks.
Thanks, Quinn. In terms of, I don't want to get into too many details on each of those individually, but the pesticides data, we don't really have nationally consistent data on pesticide application or sales. That's been something that we've been wanting to build in for a long time. Impaired waters, I think that data is a little different from state to state. We've been considering how we could build in that impaired waters data, and I think we're likely going to be building in some of the impaired waters data, not this spring, but likely, we've been working with the Office of Water on how we can build in some better water data. I'm not sure exactly where that's going to land. One of the big areas is going to be drinking water. So we're looking at using some of the data from a foundation called EPIC on service water boundaries, and then looking at violations data in conjunction with that data, and mapping out like a drinking water indicator. The other thing that we're going to be doing is bringing in violations data from EPA's ECHO tool into EJ Screen. So this spring we should have that data into the tool. It's going to be built in as a places tab, not in as an environmental indicator. But this is the first cut of us trying to incorporate some of that violations data. So we'll see what we do longer term with that. Esther, I think you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. This is Esther. I wanted to ask, and forgive me if somebody already answered it earlier in a related question. Is the logic behind why the indicators for the supplemental indices like low life expectancy or unemployment, and why some didn't make that list? Is that logic explained somewhere? Or is it because I do see that section in the technical documentation, but haven't yet found like where that is. And so if someone can point me to that direction, that'd be super helpful. Thank you.
I don't think that we have that spelled out anywhere in particular, Esther. So that's good feedback for us to actually spell that out. David.
Yes, I have a question that's maybe as much for Jay, but I'm sure Ty and Matt, you might have an opinion as well. So I guess what I'm struggling with a little bit is that these charge questions are not independent of each other, right? So I think we're going to try to at least make a first pass at them as if they are. But, I think the answers, for example, to these set of questions are essential before we really think about some of the calculations questions or the ground truthing questions. So it's going to be challenging to try to do this all at once without, and so obviously we have time to sort of put that all together, but it does, I'm a little bit worried about how to sort of sequence our activities. So Jay, I don't know if you have any sort of thoughts on that, because I think we're going to learn a lot from each other as we all make contributions to these different questions, but I think we'll also be influenced by sort of the feedback that we provide. So
Yeah,
that's more of a comment than a question, but.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I think I was planning to discuss that a little bit after we let Ty and Matthew go for today's meeting. We'll have some time at the end, hopefully. Thank you.
This is Ari. I have a question. I can't raise my hand. Are you guys, when with charge questions like this, do you want us to make distinctions between things that should be included in the EJ index and things that just should be added as layers, or should we consider that some of the things that just exist as layers should be added in to the actual, score?
I think that level of detail in the answers would be very helpful.
Okay. But you guys are open to opening up the EJ actual index score to other data that's not currently in there then?
Yes, we
Okay.
would 100% be open to that. Esther?
Sorry, one more question popped up. Is there a definition of what would be considered nationally consistent? Is it availability? Are there other things? And should we consider that for this charge question or not worry about it and wait for EPA staff to kind of take it from there?
So, you know, when we talk about nationally consistent, I think we're talking about generally national coverage, but also, you know, one of the issues that come up a lot with the data sets that we've been trying to build in is state to state, the information is not collected in the same way. And, you know, we can't really build in an impaired waters data set if California is measuring it in one way and North Dakota is measuring it in a different way, because it might just make it look like all of California has got problems, but it's just because they're measuring them in different ways. And so, you know, that's been one of the issues with a lot of the data sets that we have tried to bring in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anne?
Thanks. Kind of in relationship to that is, so in relationship to your question about data is not collected in the same way, every state is required, if they collect data, to submit a quality assurance project plan for the data that they collect. And those need to be approved by our regional EPAs, quality assurance programs. So I guess what sort of quality data element is added to that national consistent data set? So that's one thing, because we have a lot of discussions with EPA regional quality assurance coordinators, and that's what drives our data collection, is that quality plan. And so I guess that's a question I have out there, is how are those quality indicators for the state's data being included into these things, or something to consider?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer off the top of my head, Anne.
That's why we have these clarifying questions. I don't think we have all the answers yet, and that's why I totally agree. I think we'll learn a lot from each other as we move through this process.
I'm sure.
I think we can move on to the next category of questions.
Okay, so the next category, the next three questions are actually about incorporating cumulative impacts and scoring into EJ Screen. As we've mentioned, EJ Screen is not a cumulative scoring tool and is really only now providing you information on a cumulative outlook, right, via those threshold maps. But you know, we nevertheless have three questions related to cumulative impacts and scoring. So EPA has introduced the threshold maps to EJ Screen in 2022 for the first time. These allow EJ Screen users to look across all 12 indices at once, providing a cumulative outlook on vulnerable populations facing higher pollution burdens. Please comment on the suitability of the threshold maps for examining the cumulative environmental and social burdens on a community. Next question. The agency is interested in creating a cumulative score within EJ Screen. Please comment on potential appropriate uses of a cumulative score in the tool. And then the last question in this category is, one technical difficulty in creating a cumulative score, as you all know, is weighting the environmental indicators themselves. Please advise on specific approaches for combining the environmental indicators together into a single score, including how to appropriately weigh the various indicators to represent the risk burdens more accurately. Please comment on methods to incorporate other factors into the score, such as climate, health, and social factors. So this is obviously a big category. Dr. Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying not to say too much, but yeah, this is definitely a big category. I'll talk about questions 12 and 13. Of course, as we said earlier, there are other tools out there where you do have a cumulative score approach. I don't want to be too bad, but I would say don't use the approach that CEQ is using. We very much critique that approach, and it's not actually a cumulative approach. With the threshold, you click on one and you automatically include it. You include it as an EJ area, but where's the follow-up to look at the magnitude of burden, right, across those multiple thresholds, right? That's important. Now, I will say, I don't want to talk too long, but I get excited when we talk about cumulative impacts. I know it's a lot that we need to do. Of course, NEJAC has a cumulative impacts work group, so hopefully we have some engagement with that cumulative impact work group that NEJAC has, right? But and I know CQ actually has their own screening tool. I'm sorry. National Academy of Sciences has its own screening tool work group that's providing review of CQ's tool too. So I'll say that. But in our tool, we are trying to do a better job of looking at cumulative impacts. We have created a whole separate climate category in the revised version of Maryland EJ Screen. We have brought in more segregation data and redlining data. I know there's some critiques of the redlining data in the CQ tool. We're trying to do a better job on that front. And we also are trying to use more statistically driven methods as it relates to the weights of the indicators. So I don't want to say too much, and I'll pass the mic because I have a grant proposal on the review. So I don't want people to lose reviewers and then for ideas to be taken. So I'm gonna stop there, but yeah. But we are working on really improving the statistically driven way you can do cumulative impacts in these tools. I'll pass the mic back, Matt. Go ahead.
This is Ari. Did you want to answer? Actually. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Does EJ Screen have the technical capability, or could it be built in? If there was some sort of weighting scheme where actually you could do something so the user could pick the weighting of certain categories?
Not yet, but that's the exact type of feedback we're looking for.
Just because it's used for so many different uses, so people may want to weight things differently depending.
Exactly. There isn't a single use, and depending on your use will potentially change the weight that you're looking for of each indicator.
So it's technically possible, because I guess it would require more dynamic. I don't know how dynamic the calculations are now compared to like if they're just built in, but it would need to be probably more dynamic calculations, right?
Yeah, that technical capacity is not currently built into EJ Screen. That would take a revamp. I'm not saying we couldn't do that, but that is not there right now.
That's what I thought.
This is Jim Sad. Can I just jump in here? This reminds me of the current news on AI and the letter from programmers and others that's urging caution. There's very little, if any, scientific information that could be used to actually underpin a decision of relative weighting of indicators like this. And so having the ability to weight things without really understanding what the realistic weights should be, I think is not advisable. However, I think that there is some possible opportunity for perhaps generating some sort of a score, I don't know what to call it, but where a user would eliminate some of these indicators and include some others. So that's a way it could be targeted toward a particular kind of a problem and not be one size fits all universal. And then again, because language is important, the threshold maps are not giving you a cumulative outlook of vulnerable populations facing higher pollution burdens. It's just a comparative outlook of the map patterns. So we can go into this in much more detail later when we work on it for real. But those are just thoughts I had on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Matt, I believe we have 2 more questions before we move on to the next one. Dr. Wilson?
Oh yeah, I put my hand back up. Again, I have a proposal under review, but I will say this, just to be not stingy. What we're trying to do, and we can do this anyway without the funding, but really have a really iterative process where we're engaging stakeholders for our particular tool in the state of Maryland to help us with the whole rebuilding of the tool. So I just want to put that in as an example of how, speaking to Jen's point, of how you can have statistically selected weights or statistically selected indicators, but then have that ground truthed by community members to say, does this make sense? Now, for a nationally representative tool, you may have to take a different approach, but I just want to add that as a way, as a recommendation to how you bring cumulative impacts in. It has to be really representative, I think, of what people are experiencing, but how you replicate and scale it up to the whole country, I think is important. And then also, when you think about cumulative impacts, we have to think about the differences, what's happened with tribes, and also really within the tool, urban, rural. There's apples and oranges. You cannot really have the same scoring methodology, I believe, and same indicators. So that's something that is going to be grappled with too. So I just want to throw that in.
Yes, we have one more question, I believe.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond as well to what you were saying, Jim, and guess make the case for you know, doing something even though we don't have all the information. So I think that it sounds like part of the charge for this group would be to make some proposals of what the best scientific practice is right now for you know, weighting some of those factors. And what I would like to see in regards to what some of other people have brought up too, is like a proposal of several different methodologies that you can apply. So for particulate matter monitoring, we have several different filters that you can apply to refine the raw score, right? And I don't have the information of what exactly is happening with each of those. You know, I don't have all of the equations. I don't need that for my, you know, for the community groups. What they need is to be able to then choose based on their situation. Like, is this rural? Is it urban? Is it, you know, a linear feature, or is it a point feature? So kind of making some decisions based on some of those factors that we can defend scientifically, and then think through what are those impacts of making those decisions, you know, to weight different factors in such a way. So that my proposal is to actually create some methodologies or frameworks.
Naomi, I look forward to hearing your ideas. And Sakabe's one of his comments I thought was a really, really smart thing, which is it's one thing to try to solve the very difficult problem of a cumulative impact score nationally, but it's an entirely different thing and probably much more useful if you can do it kind of on a local level or something like that. So I think that's an idea really worth pursuing. I don't know where it would go, but it's a good idea. And not one that I thought of, which is why we're all here together.
I concur with that. I think if we take a regional and local approach and come up with a framework, I think that's a good way to do it. And every region has their own challenges, and you can't put same weights for the whole nation then.
All right, great. Thank you all. Time to move on to the fifth and final category of charge questions.
Okay. Well, I think everybody has been hitting the nail right on the head. The last category of questions are input on better consideration of rural geographies within EJ Screen. So question number 14, currently there's no differentiation between urban and rural communities within EJ Screen. The tool uses the same calculations and indicators for the entire country. Please comment on A, whether EJ Screen should incorporate different calculations or levels of comparison for rural versus urban locations to ensure a fuller representation of both locations in the tool, and B, how the tool could better represent rural and urban locations. Question 15, currently there's not a definition of rural communities within EJ Screen. To implement different calculations for rural and urban communities, EJ Screen would need to start by defining this term. What is an appropriate and scientifically defensible definition of rural communities for use in an EJ Screen context? And question 16, what currently available nationally consistent environmental data sets could be used to identify vulnerable rural communities overburdened by pollution? Sakobi.
Yeah, just to go back to my apples, oranges. We struggle, just to give an example of Maryland EJ Screen. We've done some analysis to look at urban areas versus rural areas, and we've seen that a lot of the indicators that we need for the rural areas are missing. They're not accurate. And the geography is different, right? If you think about your tracts are much bigger in the rural area compared to an urban area. And also one of the big things in the urban areas, rural areas, everybody, is unincorporated communities. Census place divisions, we call it contamination without representation. Think about the burden profile. So you're not capturing that, you're going to miss some folks. So we've actually doing work right now to help Delaware with that cumulative impacts bill, just to helping them redefine, how they're defining overburdened, underserved, for example. And so I just think it's important to, when you think about rural areas, I think Cal Environmental Screen has done this too. There may be a hazard difference, right? But hazard similarities between urban and rural areas, but the infrastructure piece is very important when you think about rural areas too. Access to sewer and water infrastructure, septic tanks, well water. So you think about vulnerability, right? We talk about socioeconomic, but also infrastructure vulnerability. When you think about the built environment and also infrastructure, the natural infrastructure, think about climate change too. So there's some climate related indicators that are different for rural areas. There's some infrastructure related indicators that are different for rural areas. And then the populations that may be impacted too, economically, and also you think about indigenous populations are not well captured. Many of those may be also more rural and remote areas. So those are some things to think about and why you want to have a different set of indicators and calculations between urban and rural. I'll stop there and pass the mic back.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. Tim.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is apples and oranges. Some really good points were made. And I don't have all the answers either. You have, extractive, industrial, economic activities. I think the oil, gas, fracking side to it too. And then, like Sakobi mentioned, the water infrastructure. I mean, it's apples and oranges. The population's vary, like Sakobi said. So I think the one tool that people tend to use nationally to distinguish urban from rural at a fairly fine scale, right, are the RUCA codes that I think a lot of people are familiar with. One could stratify. One could probably pretty easily build a tool into the EJ Screen where you could just stratify based on those RUCA codes, block groups into separate groups and then then do your mapping and reporting. So that's one thought, is the use of RUCA codes. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture puts those out. Rural urban commuting area codes. And then let me see if I had another point on that. I made a few notes here, but I think people have already, I think there's definitely a need here to think about this a little differently in rural contexts.
Thank you. Anne?
Yeah, I totally agree. Not just the built infrastructure of the roads and the public services for water, sewer, septic, the states might not have the, I agree, Ted, CAFO data inconsistencies, huge different state laws regarding those, ability to release them or how to release them, if at all. And but one thing that's hitting close to home is access to healthcare. And I have asked multiple folks within my state and my area to see if anybody's done, all things being equal, is access to healthcare a determinant of health? When people have to drive 5 hours to see their oncologist, or they have to drive 3 hours to see their oncologist for a treatment on a weekly basis. We've had hospital closures here and clinic closures here. And so I know healthcare professional shortage areas are indicated in there, but that's one thing that I'm very interested in. And so I do have a clarifying question is, I'm assuming we can isolate the EJ indices that might be impacted differently by the geographies. So for example, the wastewater discharges might have a bit of a narrower scope than some of the air measures, and also looking at attainment versus non-attainment status. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, we would love some differentiation of the indicators and how they could be broken down in different ways.
And we have time for one last comment or question. Tim?
I was just going to say, I was thinking about the healthcare access issue too. And I noticed because you've been bringing in a few of the health indicators that you brought in are from that CDC Places database. I think there's actually there are a few access indicators in that database that relate to, like, have you seen a doctor for like a regular doctor visit or a checkup for the past 12 months? There's a few indicators like that I think for the rural context might be particularly applicable.
Okay, well, we'd love that feedback.
Okay, thank you all for your questions. I think at this point, I would like to thank both Mr. Lung and Mr. Lee for coming here, for presenting and demonstrating EJ Screen and answering all our questions. So please join me in kind of applauding and thanking them for their work. And I'm sure we'll have more questions later, and hope I can reach out to them on behalf of this panel and also set up a time in our next in-person or hybrid meeting on May 8 to 10, so that we can also, by the time we'll have made more progress, and I'm sure we'll have a different set of questions for that.
All right. Well, thank you all for having us, and have a good evening.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Goodbye.
Okay, we don't have a whole lot of time left, but I just want to quickly talk very briefly about the final item, which is the charge questions, assignments, upcoming deadlines, and the next steps. And as you've seen already through various emails from our DFO, Zaida, and memos, the charge questions, of course, that we just discussed, the individual assignments that were distributed. And I just wanted to add that, all panel members can still contribute to all charge questions. This is just a way to get started and kind of divide the work among this group. We do have a 3-day meeting in May, after which, the actual drafting of the final report will happen, right? And so we do have panel members assigned to provide comments on one of the 5 topic categories. Some of you chose to provide comments on, 2 of the categories in our last meeting, and also we have like a lead member for each category. And I think we still have time for, if any panel members wish to provide comments on the other categories in addition to their current, assignments. Please let us know today, and so that we can track responses. So Zaida can put that in writing, and we can finalize that as we move forward. Okay. Any questions on this before I talk about some of the deadlines and next steps?
Are we, and possibly you're going to be talking about this in the next little bit, but are we to get together with our group? Is that the understanding, or just have a little bit of time and then
Yeah, I mean,
our
I
group
guess,
lead will, how do you envision this structure for these different groups?
Well, I mean, you do have the flexibility in terms of what would work best for the preliminary comments that are due. I think, I don't know if you have that on the next slide. Our next, upcoming deadline is to have, panel members belonging to various groups to send their very preliminary initial comments to the lead writer and consolidate that in preparation for the meeting where we would have more of a face-to-face or or hybrid discussion and go through the whole thing where everyone gets to comment on everything else. And I think in my experience, the way the EPA SAB review panels work, that we need something in writing just get started before we move on to a more detailed discussion in terms of phase one. And groups are, and I think Zaida can clarify, groups can definitely get together on Zoom or have virtual meetings internally to discuss how to divide up the work. But especially if you have any discussion via email, I think it's very important that you keep us in the loop. By us, I mean Zaida and myself, so that we can keep track of progress of the different groups. And I'm willing to attend any of the Zoom meetings, depending on the timing, of course. If you want to discuss certain things, and I think sometimes we have to also keep track of what the boundaries kind of for assignment in terms of how far we can go and what's accepted or not. Based on my previous experience with the EPA SAB reviews, I can provide some of that, and Zaida can also help, I guess, in terms of that. Do you want to add? Yeah.
A few thoughts on this, and thank you for these questions. These are great for logistic purposes. So individual groups could meet. I know that in the chat, some of the panel members are actually joining additional groups. So I will definitely update the assignments after today. So thank you for that. But yeah, so individual groups could meet as long as there are small groups, right? Because if this is more than half, then it becomes a deliberation and needs to happen in public. So to answer your question, yes, smaller groups could meet. I asked to please CC me. I will try to join if possible, like Dr. Chakraborty mentioned as well. We will try to join if we can, those conversations. And just to remind everyone, these are preliminary comments. This is just to get started and have something in writing for the in-person / hybrid meeting in May. They're not considered final comments. They're not considered a draft report. Just to get different perspectives on different questions from all panel members.
So just to clarify, so this consolidated document that will be shared with us, with everyone before the meeting, it's kind of an extended outline, right, for discussion on May 8th through 10th, right? So that's just wanted to.
Yes, so basically we will be consolidating all the preliminary comments that we get from question 1, 2, 3, and 4, right, from the different lead writers. And that's why it is important for us to just track, who is participating, right? Because we don't want to miss your comments, your preliminary comments. We want to include them in this, consolidated document for discussion during the May meeting.
And also I wanted to check that document will be shared. Will it be shared with the public? Because I already mentioned that members of the public will have another opportunity to provide oral or written comments for panel consideration.
Yes, that is indeed the case. Those preliminary comments are going to be posted, right? That consolidated document is going to be posted on the SAB website.
And that's why the May 3rd deadline is important, I think, right? To give enough time for the public to comment on that.
Yes, during the public comment meeting coming up in May, there are going to be, another public comment period for individuals to register, probably several, since it's a 3-day meeting. Sometimes we do one at the beginning, middle, and the end of the meeting. So the public will be able to provide feedback.
And also, I think I was asked to remind all of you, for those participating in person in the May meeting, you need to submit your travel forms to start the process. I think Zaida's email had the information in the email, right? So.
Yes.
And there's a question from Cindy. No, not really at this stage. It's still too preliminary, and I'll let the individual groups decide, the exact format or length. But we are not looking at formal paragraphs at this point, right, Zaida?
Yes. Again, preliminary comments. And this section, each section lead will decide how to communicate with the other panel members within their group. We definitely want, if possible, write-ups, right? That provide perspective, makes sense. It helps with the draft report. That actually, if this in the paragraph format, unless there are links and resources, things like that, of course, that should not be in paragraph format, but all of that information, it will be helpful for the draft report development.
I think there's a question from Veronica.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify whether this is going to be, so there is this space where preliminary comments are gathered and the lead writer puts the preliminary comments together, and then there is the in-person / hybrid public meeting. And then what happens after that is like, there is, if I am correct, and if this follows what my experience has been in other panel, there shouldn't be any discussion of the document should be a reflection of what has been discussed until the in-person public meeting, right? So there shouldn't be any Zoom meeting happening after the May 8 to 10 meeting. Am I correct? Or
So,
I'm asking basically because, just for complete disclosure, I am not going to be in the United States starting from next week. So I will be in Europe. So I will not be able to participate in person, and also would be kind of difficult for me to have Zoom meetings given the time difference. And so for me, any communication that has to happen on these questions should happen through written documents, either a Google document or something. So if I am to capture meetings that have to happen via Zoom, I could only do that after the May 10th meeting. So that's why I wanted to understand whether the members of the committee can meet after the public meeting, or that's when basically the answers are complete and we're just working on cleaning up and summarizing what was discussed at the meeting.
So thank you for that question, Dr. Barakal. So this is again, phase one of the process. During the face-to-face or in-person / hybrid meeting, all that discussion, because all the deliberations and recommendations are going to be captured during those discussions, will definitely should made it to a draft report. There will probably be another public meeting to discuss that information and to discuss that those statements, right, from this team in June, sometime in June. And I will be sending out requests for dates mid-June. So this panel, this group will be meeting again to discuss, not a more formal write-up or draft report at that point, based on the deliberations that occur in May.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Ada, for clarifying. Tim?
Yeah, sorry, I see we're running over. So when I got assigned to the rural group, it was great. I started looking at some literature, and I noticed that some other people, like Ryan Holefield, had written something on this recently. And then he mentioned to me, as I interacted with him to get access to a paper, that he'd been involved with a group that had basically consulted for revisions to this version of EJ Screen. And so I believe he said he'd written a report, something industrial economics report, that informed the revisions. And I was wondering if it's possible to get access to those sorts of reports, because I think it would be useful if other smart people have already systematically thought through some of the issues with EJ Screen previously, we could be privy to that information.
It's a good question, Tim. I mean, I was part of the group as well, along with Sokobi. And I think that was for actually a previous version. And some of our, I guess, feedback went into revising the version that was presented today. So that was like a 2020 version of EJ Screen. So it's not exactly compatible. And
okay.
I was going to ask Sokobi, I think there are some restrictions because it went through another group, right? A consulting firm that ran it on behalf.
Yeah. I was raising my hand because I don't know. That's a really great question, Tim. I think it's a question, Jay, for the EPA to see who has the IP for that. But we did put a lot of work in, and we did talk a lot about the real issues in that report. And some of the things I brought up, we also talked about in that report too. So I'll stop there.
I remember Ryan Holyfield and Kyle White, right? Actually worked on the rural part of it. But I will ask the Office of EJ and find out.
I'm pretty sure it's available online because I've seen it. So
okay.
It's in the industrial economics one. I've seen it before. So
okay, so we're good then. Okay.
I can try to send it out to the group if
okay, good. It will be a good place to
so
start. It's a good resource to use, though. It is a good resource to use. I think. Go ahead.
For that question, for some of the questions, the methodology has been revised and updated, so it may not be still valid. Some of the comments.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
This is great. We can definitely circle back with OAJ on this as well.
Can I just ask one question about the comments also? Because I know we're talking about preliminary comments. So are these sort of been like, I noticed this and we should consider this during discussion sort of comments? I mean, are they like, you're making actually recommendations that we then discuss? That's one question I have. Is it more kind of thought-provoking questions at this point?
No, we have a lot of freedom and flexibility at this point because everything would be drafted or finalized after the May meeting, really. So at this point, it should be open to anything you think is relevant and that I think group thinks it relevant is valid.
Okay, and even if you're not on a team, like I can stick to my team, but then during the meeting we can obviously chime in on it. Okay.
We have 3 days sort of thing. Yeah.
Yes, and that is a great question. So rather than restrict yourself, I will say everything, all your thoughts and perspective of each of the questions should be brought up because then they're part of the public, right? They're open to the public, we're discussed in public. So the more discussions we have, about the different topics and ideas, potential recommendations, the better. And they will be making the draft report, easier because they were already discussed in public. Does that make sense? Thank you. That's a great question.
We have Adriana.
Yeah, a very quick question. If we are providing comments to another team, can we just compile everything and send it to our team leader, or do we have to direct questions to each team leader? I guess it doesn't matter, right? They will be compiled, just the process.
Yes, that's why I do believe is so important that you CC Dr. Chakraborty and myself. That's what we want to track. We want to make sure that that will be great if you can add, it doesn't have to be you joining the whole team, right? It could be that you want to provide preliminary comments to one question out of a different category. That's great. And we will be able to compile that, your answer, right? Your comments as appropriate.
If there are no more questions, I'll turn it over to Zaida again for adjournment.
Hi, well, thank you, everyone. This has been amazing, a great meeting to start of this review. So I have noted all the, definitely comments and links from the chat. So thank you for that. Those will be added to the meeting minutes, as well as I will be sending those around. I did send information about the travel, so please take a look at my latest email for those that are joining the May meeting in person. we need to start that process as soon as possible. Thank you for some of you already sent the information, so thank you for that. Other than that, I will be updating the assignments, and I will have a chat with OAJ to coordinate those check-ins, needs check-in that we talk about. I know some of you want to be participating in those, like, almost additional, I guess, live demonstrations with OAJ about different questions and areas of the tool, and I will be trying to coordinate that as well. Any questions for me before we adjourn? All right. Well, you'll be hearing from me soon with the updated assignments. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, y'all.
Thanks.
You too.
Bye-bye.